Chapter 54-55. After the Golden Crow race's divine ancestor heard this, he was so angry that he vomited blood. However, Lin Wudi's performance was too strong. In addition, they were injured and didn't dare to attack. At this moment, Kuan Pengzi of the Kuan Peng race walked up. He said, "Lin Gongzi, I don't know what clues you have. This ancient tomb is so terrifying. I think we should work together." The people from the Qilin family also looked over because they had no other choice. Lin Xian looked at them and then shook his head. "Previously, I only saw a figure there and felt that it was strange, so I didn't dare to act rashly. As for what this figure is, I don't know. I think they should know." With that, Lin Xian looked at the people from the Thousand Dragon Court. The others all looked over as well. "Fellow Taoists of the Thousand Dragon Court, tell us your clues. You came in, which means that you want the treasures inside. But with your strength, you shouldn't be able to take it all." The Emperor race members spoke one after another. The people from the Thousand Dragon Court also had ugly expressions. Long Mu snorted coldly. He said that the people in the Dragon Emperor's tomb are all from the dragon race. They should be ancient seniors. But which one is this? I don't know yet, unless I can test his other powers. The people from the Thunder Dragon race also walked out. This was the Thunder Dragon race's patriarch. Just now, when the Golden Crow race was injured, I felt a trace of lightning aura. It should be related to our Thunder Dragon race. Perhaps it's an ancient ancestor of our dragon race. Everyone discussed one after another. So far, this was the only result they got. They had no choice. Next, they were prepared to try again. These people used laws to condense a few incarnations and flew forward. They were prepared to test if it was a powerhouse of the Thunder Dragon race. The law incarnations arrived in front of the black figure, and a bright light erupted from their bodies. Then they walked into the darkness. In an instant, the figure waved his hand and a terrifying lightning power flew out. Instantly, heaven and earth collapsed. The 5 law incarnations were instantly shattered. The others also exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed lightning, and it should be from the Thunder Dragon race. Great, they finally found another clue. Next, they were prepared to find a way to solve it. However, at that moment, the black silhouette that was sitting cross-legged moved. Its body soared into the sky and floated out. He floated in the air. Then, endless lightning exploded from his body and spread out in all directions. The entire hall was completely covered by a sea of lightning. Not good. Quickly defend. The surrounding people quickly defended, but there were still many people. Cracks appeared on their bodies. The power of the lightning was too terrifying. How could it be so terrifying? Phoenix clans, people exclaimed. This is a domain. This is a lightning domain. Everyone must be careful. They summoned their phoenixes to defend themselves. The body of the tribe leader of the Lightning Dragon tribe started to tremble. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were stunned. Could it be that the other party recognized him? Long Mu also frowned and asked, "Thunder Dragon clan leader? Could it be?" "That's right, it's what use. This is the Nirvana Thunder Dragon, supreme expert of our Thunder Dragon clan." Nirvana Thunder Dragon. Hearing those words, many people from the imperial clans sucked in a breath of cold air. They came to their senses, one after another. This was an extremely terrifying expert from the Dragon clan. Moreover, it was a lightning Dao expert. He cultivated the divine lightning of Nirvana and had the power to destroy everything. Such an expert was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. They didn't expect that there would be a dragon in the Dragon Emperor tomb. Moreover, the other party was guarding the first hall. They had just entered. How terrifying was this dragon coffin ancient tomb? As expected, Lord Longmu's face was also solemn. The dragon was a terrifying existence in the dragon race. If the other party was guarding here, it wouldn't be easy to pass. I didn't expect someone to recognize me. You're from the Thunder Dragon race, right? I can even sense the aura of many dragons and the Dragon Emperor race. However, I can't sense the aura of the Dragon Prince. Since the Dragon Prince isn't here, you all have to be punished. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and the surrounding lightning became even more terrifying. The lightning that filled the sky swept in all directions. Many people's bodies were pierced through, and they vomited blood. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty wanted to say something, but it was too late. After so many years, this dragon was definitely not a living expert. It should be some kind of puppet-like existence. This was the Dragon Emperor's method. They couldn't explain it at all. They could either block it or retreat. Everyone, let's attack. The Qilin Sun said loudly, "Didn't we come here to find the treasure? Although it's a dragon, so what? The tomb of the great emperor is definitely incomparably difficult. I think everyone is mentally prepared for this. So now it's time for us to join forces." Fu also said, "That's right. I heard that the dragon has endless lightning. It's the supreme lightning path. Once cultivated to the extreme, a lightning pool will be opened in the body. This is a supreme power. If we defeat it, we might be able to obtain the power of the lightning pool." The other monarch races also accepted the challenge. They prepared to join forces to fight against it. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty also took a deep breath. They were going to attack. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Lightning pool?" He looked at the Crimson Dragon and asked, "Do you know?" The Crimson Dragon nodded. "It's very useful for you." Lin Xian's lips curled up. "Got it. Then let's fight for the lightning pool." "You want my lightning pool? How naive. Since that's the case, have a taste of my lightning dragon annihilation." Then he formed a seal with his palms. In the lightning field, endless lightning turned into a lightning dragon. It roared into the sky and struck out a terrifying lightning pool. Many people were sent flying. Some of them even had their astral souls destroyed. This was too scary. Join forces? The people of the monarch races shouted. The people of the Gu family created a crack in space and sent all the lightning into the starry sky. The power of the ancient race, the yin-yang energy of the Kuan-Peng race, the flames of the Qilin race, and the mystique of the Phoenix race. The Divine Union also attacked. A huge battle broke out instantly. However, the dragon annihilation was too strong. Just the lightning prison alone was enough to make everyone feel like they were facing a great enemy. Right now, no one could challenge the dragon annihilation. "I'll do it," the Qilin Sun shouted. He used the Qilin arm and tore through the lightning sea and attacked the dragon annihilation. However, the dragon annihilation blocked the Qilin arm with a single hand. Then it forced the Qilin Sun back. The Qilin Sun's blood boiled. He shouted and used the Qilin art to fight against the dragon annihilation. On the other side, the Purple Mansion master rushed over as well. Her beautiful face was unusually cold. She took out a bottle of purple longsword. Extreme purple sword technique. With a furious roar, she unleashed an ancient sword technique that had been lost for generations. Chapter 54-56. Elder Yi Kai of the Yi family also made a move. As if he had transformed into a god of war, his powerful combat strength swept through all the lightning. He charged over and fought in close combat with the Thunder Dragon of Nirvana. The Thunder Dragon of Nirvana sent out a palm. The sound of the sky shaking made the world shake. Everyone's expression changed. It was too terrifying. Even the 5 Emperor clan experts working together couldn't do anything to the other party. Lin Xian flipped his hand and directly took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He created a black vortex and began to devour the Thunder Prison. Lin Xian wouldn't let go of any power. This Thunder Dominion had an incomparably violent power. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't let go. When they saw the appearance of the extreme weapon, everyone's scalp went numb. Was this Lin Wudi crazy? From the beginning to the end, He had always taken out extreme weapons. However, what surprised them was that Lin Xian didn't use extreme weapons to attack the Thunder Dragon of Nirvana. Instead, he directly absorbed the power of the Thunder Prison. The sea of lightning that filled the sky was swallowed by the black vortex. The pressure on everyone also decreased and even disappeared. They all heaved a sigh of relief. This guy was devouring power everywhere. Was he lacking power? Who could be so poor to this extent? The other party wasn't a thunder element expert. What was the use of such destructive power? Even a thunder path, Holy Lord, wouldn't dare to easily absorb the thunder of Nirvana. They couldn't understand, and the Thunder Dragon of Nirvana in front seemed to be challenged. She felt the power of the extreme weapon. She immediately snorted coldly. In the next moment, she opened her eyes. A bolt of Nirvana lightning tore through the 9 heavens. Everyone was sent flying. The Gu family's elder used void magic to dodge this attack. His face was pale. Qilin's son spat out blood and flew back. Cracks appeared on his body. Mansion Master, Z, also flew out. Blood dripped from his arm. Elder Yi Kai and the others of the Yi family were all injured. At this moment, everyone was injured by this gaze. Damn it, what kind of eyes were these? It was too terrifying. Bai Susu's mouth was bleeding. Yenryu and the others were also pale. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. The legendary Nirvana Thunder Dragons, peerless magic, the Eye of Nirvana. With a glance, heaven and earth shattered. He even had such a peerless divine ability. The surrounding people were stunned. The 3 divine ancestors of the Golden Crow tribe now knew why they had been injured. It wasn't that they were weak and couldn't withstand a single glance. This gaze was too terrifying. Legend has it that in the past there was once a great battle between a Nirvana lightning dragon and others. With a single glance, 5 worlds were directly shattered, vanishing into thin air. That level of strength was absolutely terrifying. Who would be able to block the Eye of Nirvana when the Nirvana Thunder Dragon used it? Damn it. Many people gritted their teeth and looked over. The Qilin child stared at Lin Xian. Damn you, Lin Wuti, who allowed you to use an extreme weapon. Headmaster Z also shouted angrily, Put away your supreme weapon. You'll completely enrage him. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at them and laughed coldly. Anger? How laughable. He's a tombkeeper. Do you think he'll let you pass if you don't anger him? Only by defeating him would they be able to pass. As for whether he was angered or not, what difference did it make? With that, Lin Xian ignored these people and looked ahead. You are the Nirvana Lightning Dragon? The guardian of the first hall? I'll give you a chance. Hand over the lightning lock on you, and I won't attack you. The people around went crazy when they heard this. The headmaster Z's eyes were about to pop out. The Qilin son was also stunned, and the people of the Gu family were even more dumbfounded. How terrifying was the Nirvana Lightning Dragon? Lin Xian actually dared to say such words, and even acted like he was merciful. He was going to let him go. The Lightning Dragon Race chief roared. Damn you, Lin Wuti, you dare to be disrespectful to our old ancestor? Do you want to die? He was filled with killing intent. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty all had dark and sunken expressions. How can you fight against the tomb keeper chosen by the Dragon Emperor? Lin Xian scoffed coldly and stared at Long Mu. Aren't you a tomb keeper too? Didn't you fight against me and get injured by me? Why can't I fight against you? Moreover, he couldn't have lived for so many years. He was already dead and was just a puppet. He blocked my path, so he is my enemy. I will never show mercy to my enemies. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. There were still some words he didn't say. So what if he was a tomb keeper? 90,000 years ago, he even dared to slap the Dragon Emperor's face, let alone now. He was really too arrogant. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, dumbfounded. They didn't know what to say. This was his territory. Weren't you afraid that he would use a supreme move to destroy you? The Nirvana lightning dragon also turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. He said coldly, "Are you challenging me? You will accept my punishment, the punishment of destroying the world." A sharp light shone in his eyes. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. "That's right, I am challenging you. I heard that you have the Nirvana eye, right? Coincidentally, I also have the Rinnegan eye. Between the two of us, I wonder which one of us has better eyes." Lin Xian's right eye shone with a cold light. The aura of reincarnation erupted and swept in all directions. At this moment, the world formed the 6 paths of reincarnation, as if it could reincarnate everything. Feeling this aura, the other people's scalps went numb. They admitted that Lin Wuti was too strong and seemed to have the qualifications to challenge him. The light of reincarnation in his eyes charged forward. The Nirvana lightning dragon was also surprised. The power of reincarnation. It was really surprising. He also struck out the light of Nirvana. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. The two collided, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. That power made everyone's scalps go numb. The eyes of these two people were really too terrifying. Both of them had super powerful eye techniques. One had the mysterious aura of reincarnation, and the other had the aura of destruction. I wonder who's stronger. Patriarch Ling Long gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, our ancestor was stronger. Once the Nirvana eye came out, no one could resist it." The 1,000 Dragons Imperial Court also thought so. They desperately hoped that the Nirvana lightning dragon could kill Lin Xian. However, after one strike, the two gazes disappeared together. They seemed to be evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. Lin Wuti's eyes were already powerful to such an extent? Could he contend with the Nirvana lightning dragon? You're just Essa. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The patriarch of the Thunder Dragon tribe was completely furious. "Damn it! Hurry up and apologize to our ancestor. Kneel down and kowtow." Lin Xian turned his head, and a biting, cold, killing intent erupted from his eyes. "Do you want to die?" With a wave of his hand, it turned into a demonic seal and directly charged towards the patriarch of the Thunder Dragon tribe. The patriarch of the Thunder Dragon tribe was shocked, but in the next moment he was furious. He was the dignified patriarch of the Thunder Dragon tribe, and the other party dared to attack him? You're courting death. He clasped his hands together and turned them into a thunder blade, slashing forward. Chapter 54-57. The demonic god seal collided with the opponent's thunder blade, producing an earth-shattering sound. The patriarch of the Thunder Dragon clan was forced to retreat. The thunder blade in his hand shattered, and his hands trembled. Damn it, the opponent was so strong. As the patriarch of the clan, he couldn't do anything to the opponent. At this moment, his pupils constricted. You're courting death. He punched out again, because Lin Xian slashed open with his sword. This sword was like a giant dragon dancing in the air, directly sending the patriarch of the Thunder Dragon clan flying. A sword mark was left on his body. The other people's scalps went numb. He was too strong. Even the patriarch of the remote antiquity family couldn't do anything to him now. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He sneered, "Aunt, if you provoke me again, I'll destroy your heart and soul." You, the patriarch of the Thunder Dragon clan, was so angry that he vomited blood. You actually have the aura of the Dragon clan. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon of Nirvana stared at Lin Xian again. It's useless to say more. Let's do it. Lin Xian soared into the air, his body releasing an extremely terrifying light. The Rinnegan in his right eye released an even more terrifying light of reincarnation. The world of reincarnation appeared around him. The power made the scalps of the surrounding people tingle. They had all defended their souls. Would Lin Xian be able to win this battle? Heavenly path of reincarnation. In the sky, an eye stood there like the eye of a god looking down on the common people. In that eye, there were countless mysterious runes that quickly intertwined, forming a giant hand of heaven. It descended from the sky and pressed down, grabbing at the Thunder Dragon of Nirvana in an instant. The Thunder Dragon of Nirvana also roared angrily. Light of Nirvana! He shot out a light of Thunder God. The terrifying flames shattered the entire world. It collided with the giant hand of heaven. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Everyone retreated. In the next moment, the Thunder Dragon of Nirvana had the advantage and launched an attack. Nirvana shattered. The Eye of Nirvana opened again. It was as if the world had shattered and it attacked Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian instantly shattered. Lin Xian used the reincarnation tunnel. A few earth shields appeared to defend against the attack. He defended his body. Then reincarnation was formed, the Tao of Man. All of the power of reincarnation fused into his body as he unleashed the six-path fist and punched out. A mysterious ancient rune could be seen flickering on his fist. It seemed to be able to shatter the myriad worlds. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. The surrounding people were shocked. These two eyes were too terrifying. Currently, Lin Xian only has one Rinnegan. If he condenses it again, I'm afraid that Thunder Dragon won't be his opponent at all. The people from the Divine Union were also nervous. Would Brother Xian succeed? Definitely. The Crimson Dragon was excited. He wanted to use the phantom of the Samsara sword. He could definitely defeat the Nirvana Thunder Dragon. However, Murong Qingqing shook his head. I don't think Brother Xian will. The Great Earth Tomb is so terrifying that there are many places that require Rinnegan to explore. And with Brother Xian's current strength, once he uses the Samsara sword phantom, he wouldn't be able to use his soul for a short period of time. This will be very disadvantageous to our situation. Murong Qingqing's analysis was correct. Lin Xian didn't intend to use the Samsara sword phantom in such a place. However, he also launched an extremely powerful attack. It was the fusion of heaven, earth, and man. The entire hall shook violently. A terrifying and ancient aura filled the air. Everyone's eyes widened. What was Lin Wuti using? Was it the Samsara sword? No, he didn't summon the Samsara sword. He used another ability. Everyone realized that Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. He seemed to have turned into the king of Samsara. The heaven and the sky and the big hand also fell and merged with Lin Xian's palm. The shield formed by the Samsara tunnel appeared on Lin Xian's left hand. He had fused with the power of reincarnation. Long Mu exclaimed. This was too heaven-defying. The Nirvana Thunder Dragon seemed to feel a sense of danger. He roared furiously. Suddenly, endless lightning appeared between his eyebrows. It quickly spread and formed a space. This was even more terrifying than the lightning region. It was the Thunder Lock. Countless people looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. Their eyes turned red. The Thunder Lock contained the supreme power of the Thunder Tao. It was also the power that they wanted to obtain. Now, the Nirvana Thunder Dragon had finally used it. Take my strongest attack, the Nirvana Sword. The Thunder Lock flew into the Eye of Nirvana. The Eye of Nirvana was beating rapidly. Countless runes gathered on it and then turned into a sword. The Nirvana Sword. The sword slashed out with an aura that could destroy everything. It descended from the sky. At this moment, the void in the hall avoided it. This was the tomb of a great emperor. To be able to create such a scene, it was enough to show how terrifying this sword was. This was the Nirvana Sword. It was really terrifying. They didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't use the Samsara Sword Phantom, but the Nirvana Thunder Dragon used the Nirvana Sword. They didn't know if this sword could kill this kid. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch clenched his fists. Their ancestors' ultimate technique must succeed. The people of the Thousand Dragons Court were also looking forward to it. The people of the Purple Mansion were also very nervous. Kill. After Lin Xian's heaven, earth and human Tao merged, he also charged forward. In the face of this situation, he used the tunnel shield in his hand to block. At the same time, he used the Heaven Path hand and the Human Tao hand. A hand seemed to have crossed the universe and charged forward. Illusions appeared around both of them. The Nirvana sword showed a scene of the destruction of the world. The end was coming. On the other hand, Lin Xian's hand was even more terrifying. It had countless ancient scenes. The mysterious hull and the terrifying illusions finally clashed in the air. At this moment, everyone was sent flying. There were thousands of thunderbolts in front of them. Everyone's hearing was sealed. They couldn't hear anything. Their eyes were filled with endless light. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were thrown into the 9 heavens. This feeling is really frightening. After an unknown period of time, they finally saw the scene in front of them and regained their hearing. They all raised their heads and looked forward. What had happened? Was the battle over? The people of the Divine Union were also very nervous. The people of the 1,000 Dragons court also looked carefully. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. There was only one figure left in front of them. It was Lin Xian. The reincarnation force on Lin Xian's body slowly disappeared and entered his eyes again. Lin Xian's face was pale, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. The others were puzzled. What was going on? There was only Lin Wuti. Could it be that the Nirvana Thunder Dragon had failed? When they thought of this possibility, they gasped. This was impossible. The Thunder Dragon Patriarch roared crazily. That was their ancestor. How could he have failed? The Eye of Nirvana and the Nirvana Sword at their strongest were enough to destroy everything. Chapter 54-58. Only Lin Xian was left standing in the sky, his face pale. In front of him, the void was split into 2. The horrifying Luai's Lake was also split into 2 by the sword slash. The Thunder Dragon's figure had disappeared. Was he killed? Everyone's scalps went numb. The Purple Mansion Master's eyes flashed with purple light. Suddenly, he looked at the darkness in front of him and exclaimed. He went back. He pointed to the front and exclaimed. Everyone looked over as well. In the darkness, there was a blurry figure. Nirvana, Thunder Dragon, sat back down. It seemed that he had lost the previous battle to Lin Wuti. How could this be? Everyone was deeply shocked. Even Long Mu's brows were tightly knitted together. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian waved his hand. He then put away half of the thunder lock. With a wave of his hand, he threw it into the sword world. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The Emperor race people were also furious. Damn it, how dare you? Keep it? Despicable brat, hand it over. The Thunder Lake of the Thunder Dragon was something they had dreamed of. Now that it had appeared in front of them, how could they not be excited? However, half of it was gone in an instant. Lin Xian merely sneered in response to this threat. His figure flashed, and he instantly walked into the large hall. He said, "There is still half left. You can snatch it or come after me. Choose." As soon as he said this, everyone hesitated. "Let's do it." Qilin shouted and took the lead to kill the remaining half in the sky. Kun Pingzi also took action. The other elites also took action. The Old Phoenix also took action. Murong Qingcheng and the rest followed Lin Xian. The battle broke out in an instant. Very few people wanted to attack Lin Wuti. After all, the opponent was too strong. They might as well take the remaining Thunder Lake first. If there was a chance in the future, they would take action. This brat was too cool. The Crimson Dragon and the rest were excited. The people from the Divine Union followed Lin Xian and continued their journey. Lin Xian took out a portion of the Thunder Lake from the Sword World and gave it to these people. "Good stuff. I'll absorb it later. I'll put it away first." Crimson Dragon, they were excited. The eyes of the people from the Divine Union turned red. "Thank you, Boss Lin." This was an extremely precious item. Since Lin Xian was willing to give it to them, how could they not be excited? Lin Xian said, "This is what you deserve." Lin Xian had always been generous to the people of the Divine Union. Furthermore, when they had attacked the Dragon Emperor's tomb and used the ultimate weapon, it had also been these people from the Divine Union who had provided the power. Lin Xian would naturally share a portion of his power with them. Morong Qingqing said with a smile. He reckoned that those people would be fighting until the sky turned upside down. My master also went to snatch it. Perhaps he could also snatch a portion of it. The old phoenix and the others were powerful, so perhaps they would be able to reap some benefits. As for the others, that was not necessarily the case. As expected, the battle at the rear was extremely intense. The remaining half of the Luai's lake was also very large. In addition, there were quite a few emperor clans in the surroundings. They were all fighting until their eyes were red. Some of them were even about to use their extreme weapons. In the end, the Luai's lake was divided among these people. The emperor clans had obtained the most, while the other remote antiquity clans had also obtained a little. However, these people were all injured. Those who were not injured had also consumed a lot of energy. Their faces were cold. Housemaster Z and the others gritted their teeth. This Lin Wuti was really something. They could not let him continue to grow. They had to find a chance to kill him. They gritted their teeth. The old phoenix sneered. He had also snatched some Luai's lake. Immediately, he led the Phoenix clan and flew forward. They were ready to meet up with Lin Xian. Let's go too. The Fire Qilin Cave, the Gu clan, and the others also headed over. They had just entered the first hall. They did not know what was waiting for them behind. In front of them, Lin Xian and the others slowed down once again. After all, this was the tomb of the great emperor. They did not dare to be careless. The Crimson Dragon cast a defensive array to protect them. Lin Xian had already started to use the power he had obtained as he walked. Previously, he had obtained a lot of power in the Dragon Emperor's domain. He had also obtained the Imperial Divine Spirit, the Dragon Scale Fruit, and the other spiritual fruits. Now that he had obtained the Luai's Lake, Lin Xian did not consume too much of the Dragon Scale Fruit. He was prepared to place it in the Four Spirit Valley to continue producing. As for the Dragon Scale Divine Crystal, Lin Xian started to absorb it. He also started to absorb the Luai's Lake. The others did not dare to be careless with such a violent power. They had to find a secret room to absorb it carefully. However, Lin Xian did not need to do so. Firstly, he could provide power to the Sword World. The absorption of the Sword World did not need to be so troublesome. Moreover, this time the power he needed was for the Divine Fire Seed. Absorbing the Divine Fire Seed was easier than cultivating in the secret room. Therefore, Lin Xian could absorb it as he walked. The Divine Fire Seed kept spinning and absorbing slowly. A mysterious flame bloomed on it. When Lin Xian saw this, the corners of his mouth curled up. He could feel that the Divine Fire Seed was growing. Coming to the great emperor's tomb was the right choice. He wondered what would happen after he got out. How much could the Divine Fire Seed grow? Brother Xian, the people behind, had arrived. After meeting up with the old phoenix and the others, Morong Qingcheng and the others could feel it. More and more people were arriving from behind. They were the people from before. Lin Xian nodded. Ignore them. They don't dare to make a move on us now. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad looked behind them. Then they laughed because they saw that many of their acquaintances were injured. It was obvious that they were left behind from the previous battle. The two of them mocked at the front, causing the people behind them to be furious. They almost couldn't help but want to make a move. These two guys were too despicable. Damn it, I really want to kill them. A middle-aged man from the Gu family gritted his teeth. However, at this moment, the leading elder Gu Shao said, "Don't do anything. There seems to be another hall in front of us." Sure enough, a huge shadow appeared in front of them. It was as if a ferocious beast was waiting for them. In front of such a hall, they became incomparably small. So majestic! Why do I feel that it is even more terrifying than the first hall from before? I wonder if there are any guardians in this hall? Why don't you think about it? The treasures here might be better than the Thunder Lake in the first hall. Many people were excited. Some people shook their heads and sighed. They had to be alive to take it. The guardians of the first stage were already so powerful. To be honest, if it weren't for Linwoody, we wouldn't have had a chance to pass at all. For a moment, some people were ecstatic, some shook their heads, and some were nervous. All kinds of emotions filled the air. Lin Xian and the others also stopped. He temporarily stopped absorbing the divine fire seed. Instead, he looked at the hall in front of him. They felt a silent pressure that instantly pressed down on them. This aura was too terrifying. It seemed to make them submit. Chapter 54-59. Standing outside the majestic hall, Lin Xian and the others looked solemn, other than the terrifying supreme aura that made one feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian also noticed something else. He looked at the Crimson Dragon and asked, "How was it? Was it okay?" The Crimson Dragon frowned and looked around. Then he shook his head. It seemed like they had to attack together. They discussed here and didn't go in. The people behind frowned. The Golden Crow race snorted. "Linwoody, weren't you always arrogant? Why don't you dare to go in now? If you don't dare to go in, then scram. Don't block our way." The moment he said that, the Destiny Gemini tribe, Lightning Dragon tribe, Dragon Sea tribe, and the others also sneered. Lin Xian turned around and looked at these people. "What a bunch of idiots. Your eyes are too trashy. Don't you see the array in front? So if you want to die, just go ahead. Damn it, you dare to mock us?" These people were furious. Suddenly they were stunned. "There's an array? What array is it? I don't believe it." A Saint race member from the Golden Crow race snorted and charged forward, pretending to be mysterious. "I want to see if there's an array." Before he finished speaking, he flew out because he was sent flying by their ray. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist, and half of his soul was destroyed. As he screamed in terror, the others also gasped in shock. The Dragon Sea race leader, Thunder Dragon race leader, and the others all narrowed their eyes. What a terrifying array! The Crimson Dragon snorted. "Stupid, now you know there's an array?" The Golden Crow race was about to vomit blood. This time, they really kicked an iron board. There really was an array, and it was a peerless array. The Kuin Peng race, Fire Qilin race, and the others all walked forward. They looked at it carefully and then frowned. What a terrifying formation! "Linwoody, do you have a way?" They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said, "There is a way, but if you want to break the array, you have to listen to me completely." Once those words were spoken, the surrounding imperial clans all started to frown. Listen to the other party? What kind of joke was this? How high and mighty were their emperor clans? Now they were being ordered around by a youngster. They couldn't swallow this anger. The Fire Qilin sneered. "You want to order us around just like that? What if we don't agree?" Headmaster Z also snorted coldly. "That's right, we'll wait. I don't believe that you won't enter. If you can break the array formation, we'll follow you in." These people all had the same idea. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "Oh, you want to waste my time? Don't worry, I just got half of the lightning lock, and I don't have time to cultivate. Wait here, I'll cultivate for a while." With that, he walked forward, sat down cross-legged, and began to absorb the lightning. Endless lightning circled around his body, making the people around him almost vomit blood. Damn it, their punches seemed to have hit cotton. The other party wasn't injured, but they were angered to the point of vomiting blood. What to do? If this continued, it would be bad for them. Not only did he get the lightning lock, but he also got the dragon's spiritual tree and the dragon divine crystal. Damn it, so much energy. It's enough for him to absorb for many years. What should we do? Should we continue to waste time with him? The Kuin Peng race shook their heads. Kuin Peng Zi walked out and said, "Lin Gongzi, if you have a way, I'm willing to help you." "Lin Gongzi, please help." "We're willing to do our best to help." Many clan of the ancients walked over. For example, Zhu, Golden Rock Race, White Crane Race, etc. They all bowed respectfully towards Lin Xian. The Emperor clan's expressions were ugly, but they could only grit their teeth and say, "Okay, we'll listen to you." Lin Xian glanced at them and said, "It's too late for you to agree now. I gave you a chance before, but it's impossible now." "What did you say?" The Fire Qilin was furious. The Thousand Dragon Empire and Z Mansion clenched their teeth. "Damn kid, don't be too arrogant. We've already agreed to help you. What more do you want?" "What do I want? If you have the ability, then don't beg me. Break the formation yourself. If you can't, you want to enter through me? Simple. Hand over a portion of the resources to us. I won't let you pass for nothing. Damn, you dare to target us? Do you want to die?" The Fire Qilin and the others hollered. Housemaster Z was also gnashing his teeth. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were even angrier. This was the tomb of their ancestor, okay? Lin Xian wasn't moved. "If you want me to break the formation, then each of you have to hand over a portion of the Lightning Ocean. I think you should have snatched it before. If you didn't, then hand over an equivalent amount of God crystals. I'm not in a rush. I have time to wait for you." After saying this, Lin Xian closed his eyes once more. The people around gritted their teeth. Damn, they didn't agree at all. They waited, but 10 days later they all collapsed. During these 10 days, the lightning aura around Lin Xian's body became more and more terrifying. They were all about to go crazy from anxiousness. They had no choice but to negotiate and hand over some of their lightning oceans or resources in exchange. Of course, the amount wouldn't be as much as Lin Xian said, but it was enough to show their sincerity. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he looked at the energy that these people handed over. Very good, he took a portion of it directly. Then he gave the remaining portion to the people of the Divine Union. After these people received it, they were all smiles. "Thank you, Boss Lin." Some of the other ancient families were also envious when they saw this. They were even contemplating whether they should join the Divine Union. After all, Lin Xian was very generous to the people around him. "Lin Wuti, this should be enough, right?" Mansion Head Z was so angry that his face turned pale. He was also an overlord, but he couldn't do anything in front of Lin Xian. "Ruse along, you come," Lin Xian said to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon walked out and started to investigate the array formation in front of him. The people of the Emperor race were so angry that they almost vomited blood. After all this time, it still wasn't Lin Xian doing it himself. Soon, however, their expressions turned solemn. They could see that although the Crimson Dragon wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, his attainments in array formations were very strong. The other party had set up a few arrays, which made the elders of the Emperor race suck in a breath of cold air. What an exquisite array formation! They saw hope. Great! These people were all excited. If they could enter the second hall, they would definitely take back what they had lost, said an elder of the Z government while frowning. "Don't you think that he's using a kind of strength that only exists in legends?" The Purple Mansion head frowned as well, his eyes flickering with a purple glow. This was also a powerful and ancient eye technique. He stared at it for a long time before he said, "That's right. Could it be that you're talking about the legendary Geomaster?" "No way," he exclaimed. Wasn't the earthly scripture already lost? Even they didn't have it. How could he have it? Chapter 5460. The Purple Mansion Master was really shocked. Their Purple Mansion had many ancient, lost techniques. However, there were many that they did not have. For example, the Earth Scripture. It was something that they had always wanted, but had no clue about. However, they did not expect that. Now, they saw the shadow of the Earth Scripture on the divine dragon in front of them. An Earth Master appeared in front of them, making the eyes of the Purple Mansion people fiery red. At the same time, they also knew, with the means of an Earth Master, he should be able to break the array of the main hall. This Lin Wuti was really terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but the people around him were also extremely extraordinary. A few days later, The Crimson Dragon had already arranged the array. He said, "Stand on different terrains. Next, when I say do it, you will do it according to the order." Although the Emperor clan people were unhappy to be ordered by a divine dragon, they could only do as he said. They could also see that the other party's array skills were very high. It even reached an unfathomable level, making these Emperor clan elders feel like they were celestial beings. They walked to different positions. Next, the Crimson Dragon began to command these people. The array breaking began. Then it slowly opened. Great, it was a success. The surrounding people all laughed. The people of the Divine Union were also excited. Lin Xian also nodded. As expected of Rizalong, he was indeed powerful. There was no need to say anything about his array skills. Go! Everyone couldn't wait to enter. However, after entering, they were all stunned. They felt a pressure that was like an ancient mountain pressing down on them. This pressure made them feel despair. How could it be so powerful? Now their joy was gone. Originally, they thought that they could break the array and seize the treasures inside. However, now whether they could move or not was another matter. "Elder, why don't we go back?" A few young geniuses were about to cry. Even those people of the older generation had ugly expressions on their faces. "Quickly, look at what is up there." The expert of the Twin of Destiny clan pointed to the top of the main hall, his voice trembling. The others also looked up. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, because above the main hall there was a dragon circling. The dragon head looked down, its merciless gaze enveloping them. The supreme aura was being emitted from the dragon's body. It was too powerful. It was another kind of expert from the dragon race. Clearly, this was the guardian of the second hall. Baisusu and the others were also surprised. If even the first hall had a lightning dragon of Nirvana, they could not help but wonder which dragon would be in the second hall. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also shocked. Long Mu's brows were tightly knitted together. This aura made his hair stand on end. He sighed. Although his strength was strong and had surpassed the Saint Plane, it was still not enough. However, his identity was too special. He was also a tomb keeper, so he couldn't do anything here. He could only follow behind. If he made a move, he would be going against the will of the Dragon Emperor. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed, and they would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, he gritted his teeth. On one hand, he hoped that he could obtain some treasures, but at the same time, he also hoped that these guardians would be able to capture Lin Xian and the others in one fell swoop. Lord Longmu, where did this dragon clan come from? Long Wu of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also asked. As the descendants of the Dragon Emperor, they were also incomparably sullen at this moment. They could attack, but there were too many Emperor races around them. They had no advantage. There was only one person from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty who could have the advantage here, and that was the Dragon Prince. However, the Dragon Prince had already died. As Longmu spoke, he sensed a trace of the aura of the heavens. This should be the Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon, Zhan Tian. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. It came from the huge dragon above. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was indeed the Azure Dragon. As for the name Zhan Tian, it was like thunder to their ears. These people from the dragon race had all heard of him before. Even the Crimson Dragon exclaimed in surprise. It was actually him. Lin Xian asked, "Who was this person? Was he very powerful?" He had seen the Azure Dragon race before in the second starfield. The Azure Dragon race didn't even enter the buried Emperor Star. Lin Xian felt that they shouldn't be the top dragon race. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. It wasn't such a carriage. However, Azure Dragon Zhan Tian was an extremely terrifying existence back then. Do you still remember the Azure Dragon Horn? It was created by one of his dragon horns. It could command a group of dragons. During a certain period of time in the dragon race, he was a supreme existence. He was the king of the dragon race. However, he disappeared later on. Only then did the Azure Dragon race gradually decline. In the end, they could only go to other worlds. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. The king of the dragon race. This was in an era where the dragon emperor didn't appear. One could imagine how terrifying Azure Dragon Zhantian was. At the same time, this shocked Lin Xian. The dragon emperor was even more terrifying. He even brought such an expert of the Tao of the dragon to be the tomb keeper. Just how terrifying was the real dragon monarch? He didn't dare to imagine. The Dragon Sea Lord was also shocked. Azure Dragon, the legendary Azure Dragon Zhantian's Azure Dragon blood, was extremely terrifying. It was an unparalleled treasure. He wondered if this was the treasure of the second hull. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The eyes of those emperor race beings shone brightly, worthy of being the tomb of the dragon emperor. The first hall was the Thunder Lake of the Annihilation Thunder Dragon. As for the second hall, it contained the dragon blood of Azure Dragon Zhantian. The surrounding people were excited. The Thunder Lake possessed the supreme Tao of thunder, bringing with it the power of destruction. As for the blood of the Azure Dragon, it was an unparalleled pressure. For example, right now, these powerful beings were standing here and feeling the pressure of an ancient mountain. It was the blood of the Azure Dragon. If it could be sucked out, they would have the same pressure on their bodies. In fact, they didn't even have to make a move. Just the aura was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas, turning countless people into ashes. After Lin Xian received this news, he narrowed his eyes. The blood of the Azure Dragon was indeed a good thing. At the same time, it was also an unparalleled power. Then, where was the blood of the Azure Dragon? Everyone was puzzled. An elder of the Kuin Peng race said, "Legend had it that Azure Dragon Zhantian had 2 dragon horns. They were extremely terrifying. One of them was broken and refined into the horn of the Azure Dragon. It could command a group of dragons. The other one was still preserved to this day. This was most likely the place where the blood of the Azure Dragon was." Hearing this, everyone raised their heads. They withstood the immense pressure and looked up. Indeed, there was a single horn on the body of the gigantic dragon above. That horn was extremely ancient. There were mysterious patterns on it, releasing an unparalleled aura. What a strong pressure! It seemed to be the place where the blood of the Azure Dragon was. By the looks of it, obtaining the horn of the Azure Dragon would allow one to obtain the blood of the Azure Dragon. Countless people were excited. Chapter 5461. When they heard about the Azure Dragon's blood, their eyes lit up. An old man walked out from the purple palace side. The old man held a broken sword in his hand, and his aura was incomparably terrifying. When the surrounding people saw him, they cried out in surprise. It was actually the old sword maestro. Had he also appeared? This was an extremely terrifying old man. He was an extremely powerful sword Tao sacred ancestor. His appearance shocked countless people. The Purple Palace Sex Foundation was simply too terrifying. They didn't lose out to the Emperor clans at all. Originally, the Purple Palace sect had lost a shadow cultivator and severely injured a light-shaking realm cultivator. Who would have thought that such an expert in the sword Tao would appear? Was he going to make a move? Countless people stared at the old sword maestro with wide eyes. When Lin Xian saw the other party, his eyes also narrowed. An expert in the sword Tao? That was interesting. He could sense that the other party did indeed have a very powerful sword chi. Could this brat do it? The Crimson Dragon next to him asked. He wanted Lin Xian to make a move quickly so that the good stuff wouldn't be snatched away by others. Lin Xian, however, laughed. There was no rush. Let them make a move first. Let them test the power of this Azure Battle Dragon. Under everyone's gazes, the old sword maestro walked forward. He raised his head to look at the sky, and the circling Azure Dragon coldly harumphed. The broken sword in his hand slashed out. At this moment, the sky was shattered and the earth was destroyed. Under this attack, everyone was shocked. Their bodies felt like they were about to be split apart. This old sword maestro was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The other party was indeed very powerful. Murong Qingqing and the others were also shocked. This sword might be able to split the azure dragon in half. The massive azure dragon, circling in the sky, was expressionless. He was still standing there, seemingly unmoved. When the attack landed on his body, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The fiery light seemed to turn into thousands of suns, illuminating the world. What happened? Everyone looked carefully, but when they saw the result, they were stunned. It was such a shocking sword strike, but when it landed on the azure dragon's body, the azure dragon was unharmed. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. The old sword maestro's pupils constricted. Impossible. He was very confident in his swordsmanship. In his opinion, there were not many people who could compete with him in swordsmanship. Even the powerful saint race couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Therefore, he was extremely confident in this attack. However, let alone splitting the other party apart, it didn't even cause any injuries. It was really too inconceivable. Roar! The azure dragon in the sky suddenly let out a low roar. Then he swung his tail over, and wherever it passed by, it seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. With a slash of the sword, the river of stars shattered and heaven and earth lost all light. This attack was aimed at the old sword maestro. The old sword maestro's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to be careless at all. With a roar of rage, the laws around him began to swirl, and his Taoist robes fluttered. The broken sword in his hand slashed out like a shooting star. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone was shaken to the point that their chi and blood were roiling. If this wasn't the Dragon Emperor's tomb, the entire world would have been split apart by this attack. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the old sword maestro continuously retreated. His arm was cracked, his broken sword was swaying, and there was even saint blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. When the people from the Purple Mansion saw this scene, they exclaimed, "Not good." They were all worried for the old sword maestro. Those from the other monarch race also had ugly expressions. They knew the strength of the old sword maestro. Even he was defeated. In the sky, the azure dragon retracted his tail and didn't attack again. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. However, their brows were tightly knitted. Although their lives weren't in danger, their eyes were filled with despair. Who could fight against such an azure dragon? It was too strong. The people from the Kuan Peng race shook their heads and sighed. It was impossible to obtain the azure dragon's blood. Damn it! Were they going to return empty-handed? The people from the Gu family also gritted their teeth. This time, they had spent a lot of effort to come here. In order to break the array, they had paid a price. They had originally thought that entering the second palace would allow them to return everything they had lost. But now, it seemed that everything was impossible. How could they be willing to accept this? If one couldn't do it, what about the others? The Fire Qilin stood out. He was also unwilling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, let's work together." All right, that was the only way. The Purple Mansion's mansion lord also walked out. Next, the Kuan Peng race, Gujia, the Golden Crow race, and the others all joined forces. They sent out 10 experts. These 10 top-notch experts included a sword expert like the old sword maestro, as well as the Fire Qilin and the Kuan Peng Zi. It could be said that the lineup was incomparably terrifying. Kill! With a roar, they rushed into the 9 heavens. All kinds of powerful supreme, divine abilities. Battle, sword, slashing the world. Qilin arm. The roar of the Kuan Peng Queen. The fury of yin and yang. All kinds of ultimate skills exploded in an instant. The surrounding people were also shocked. Who could fight against such power? The azure dragon also moved. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. This time, it wasn't just the azure dragon's tail. The Azure Dragon's claws, eyes, and body all attacked. Every strike was imbued with unparalleled power that tore everything apart. He collided with the 10 top-notch experts. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the void of the main hall cracked. A terrifying power swept in all directions. The 10 top-notch experts were all forced back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. It was too strong. It was so strong that everyone felt despair. How could it be like this? The Kuan Pengzi was shocked. The Fire Qilin also had a sinister expression. The old sword maestro and the others also shook their heads and sighed. Was there no hope? Some people looked towards the 1,000 Dragon Court. After all, there was an expert like Long Mu here. However, the old sword maestro snorted coldly. It was useless. Don't look at him. He was the tomb keeper. He couldn't make a move. Otherwise, his soul would be destroyed. Humph! Long Mu snorted coldly. The others felt despair. Elder Gu Shao of the Gu family also had a cold expression. Since they couldn't join forces, they would use their final trump card. As he spoke, he took out the Void Mirror. A powerful extreme force swept in all directions. The others were also shocked. The other Emperor race members also took out extreme weapons. That's right, they still had extreme weapons, although they didn't have much power to support extreme weapons. For the sake of the Azure Dragon's blood, they decided to make a move. That was great. Those from the Emperor race clenched their fists. Once an extreme weapon was taken out, no matter how strong the dragon race was, they couldn't resist it. This Azure Dragon was also no match for it. The faces of those from the Divine Union also changed. He said, Lin Xian, this is not good. We have to make a move too. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect these people from the Emperor race to be so impatient. They had used their Emperor race weapons so quickly. At the same time, this also showed how terrifying the Azure Dragon above was. It had already caused these Emperor race members to feel despair. He took a deep breath and prepared to use the power of the ancient desolate tower. However, at this moment, the situation changed. Chapter 5462. Just as everyone wanted to use their extreme weapons to fight against the Azure Dragon, the situation changed. The Azure Dragon in the sky roared, and his remaining dragon horn suddenly burst out with a blood-red light. A terrifying dragon roar sounded in the sky. Then the 10,000 dragons diagram suddenly flew out from the 10,000 dragons courtside. It flew into the sky. It arrived in front of Azure Dragon Jantin. In the next moment, the 10,000 dragons diagram erupted with an extremely terrifying power that swept in all directions. Everyone felt like they were about to be destroyed at this moment. Fortunately, they had all brought extreme grade weapons with them, so they were able to block the attack. However, the monarch race's expressions became ugly. They felt that their extreme power was suppressed here. The people from the 10,000 dragons court were also shocked. What was going on? The 10,000 dragons diagram was actually out of control. Long Mu's expression was ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, I advise you all not to use your extreme weapons. This is the Dragon Emperor's tomb, and the 10,000 dragons diagram can fully awaken at any time. It might even use the Dragon Emperor's power to crush you all. At that time, it's not certain if you can leave alive. Hearing this, the monarch race's expressions turned ugly. Damn it, how could it be like this? The Fire Qilin roared, and Kunping Zi was also unwilling. The Sword Elder closed his eyes and sighed. He shook his head. Mansion Master Zi helplessly put away the dragon pattern cauldron. The others also took action one after another, retrieving their extreme weapons. When the extreme aura disappeared, the 10,000 dragons diagram in the sky descended again. It returned to the hands of Long Mu and the others. The terrifying destructive aura also disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It really was like that. It seemed that they couldn't use their extreme weapons casually in the great emperor's tomb. But what could they do? With their strength, they couldn't obtain the azure dragon's blood at all. Could it be that they had to return empty-handed? The second hall was already so terrifying. If they went further, would they still have a chance? Gu Shao said that they might have a chance later. The Golden Crow race's sacred ancestor was right. They could give up on the second hall and continue to go deeper. However, at this moment, Long Mu shook her head again. Azure Dragon Jiantian was the guardian of the second hall. If you can't defeat him, you can't continue. Stupid things. I advise you all to scram back. My Dragon Emperor's tomb is not a place for you to behave atrociously. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also laughed savagely. Now they could see that even if they obtained treasures by following these people, it would be pitifully little. Instead, all the good things would be taken away by others. Since that was the case, they naturally didn't want these people to continue moving forward. It would be best if they were killed or beaten back. Therefore, they were the happiest people in this scene. Did he really have to go back? The expressions of these monarch clan members were also ugly. On the other side, the members of the Divine Union were also frowning. What should they do? They all looked at Lin Xian. Would Lin Xian have a solution this time? Lin Xian took a deep breath as a cold light burst out from his eyes. Go back? Impossible. He didn't have enough resources, so he couldn't go back. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward. He walked out. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Look, Lin Wuti is out. What does he want to do? Did he want to fight against Song Long? What kind of joke was this? Who did he think he was? Something that so many of us couldn't do. How could he possibly do it? Everyone looked at Lin Xian and shook their heads. Some of them sneered. They didn't believe it at all. So what if Lin Xian was powerful? He couldn't use his extreme weapons here. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, his strength was limited. In fact, even the people from the Divine Union were puzzled. What was Boss Lin going to do? Was he going to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul or the Rinnegan? But even if he used these two absolute arts, would he be able to defeat War Dragon Azure Dragon? One had to know that Song Long could fully awaken his extreme weapons when necessary. He was already in an invincible position. Lin Xian walked forward and looked up at Song Long, who was circling in the sky. He took a deep breath. In the next moment, he said in a deep voice, I don't want to hurt you. I just need the Song Long's blood. Give me your Song Long horn. A calm voice rang out and spread to the surroundings. The surrounding people were stunned. This guy thought that he could get the Song Long horn just by saying a few words? What a joke. Fire Qilin, Zifu and the rest sneered. Long Mu and the rest of the 1,000 Dragon Court also snorted. In the sky, the terrifying heaven-battling Azure Dragon slowly lowered his head. He said in a loud and clear voice, Human, you want to get my Song Long horn? Impossible. Leave quickly, or I will destroy all of you. As soon as this voice came out, the surrounding people were stunned. Long Mu and the rest were also stunned. Azure Dragon Jiantian actually spoke, and it was to Ling Xian. Damn it, how is this possible? This kid is too strange, isn't he? Previously, they had used their extreme weapons, but Song Long couldn't even speak. Now that Lin Wuti had stepped forward, he had caused such a phenomenon. It was unbelievable. How did this guy do it? The people from Fu couldn't believe it. The Gu family gritted their teeth. The people from the 1,000 Dragon Court were even more confused. Why did it feel like Lin Wuti was the one who was related to the Dragon Emperor? Their 10,000 Dragon Dynasty couldn't do anything here. Hearing Song Long's words, Lin Xian shook his head. I can leave, but I have to get the Song Long blood first. Otherwise, I won't leave. Lin Xian's voice was firm. He didn't back down. Humph! Song Long snorted coldly in the sky. His body emitted a powerful aura that pressed down on Lin Wuti. Lin Xian stomped his foot. Sword Qi shot out from his body, and pierced the sky. He split the pressure apart. He said, "It's useless. No one can make me retreat. Human, you are not my match." Songlong said coldly, "Even if you take out the 1,000-dragon picture and the great dragon sword spirit, you won't be able to defeat me, unless you are a boundary emperor." It was obvious that Songlong could feel two powerful forces on Lin Xian. They were the heaven-devouring jar and the great dragon sword spirit. Lin Xian said, "I am not a boundary emperor, but I believe that I can fight against you, because I have this." With that, Lin Xian flipped his palm. The void split open, and he took out a treasure. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked forward. They also wanted to see what trump card Lin Wuti had to be so confident in front of Songlong. Even the people from the Divine Union were curious and looked up. When they saw the treasure in Lin Xian's hand, they were all stunned. Long Mu exclaimed, "This is impossible. How can you have such a thing?" They were all crazy. The people from the Kunpeng race and Gu family were also shocked. Is it really that thing? Am I dreaming? The people from Zi Fu gritted their teeth. Illusion. This must be an illusion. I don't believe it. Chapter 54-63. Song Dragon Jiantian was too powerful, causing everyone to feel despair. Hence, they felt that even if Lin Xian walked out, it would be useless. However, Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a trump card. When he took it out, everyone around him was stunned. The dragon tribe and the emperor tribe were dumbfounded. A treasure appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It was a dragon horn. It was simple and ancient, and there were mysterious patterns on it. It floated in his palm just like that. Dragon horn. Someone realized that it was a dragon horn, and the aura was very familiar. It was the same as Tsong Dragon Zhan Tian's dragon horn. It was the Tsong dragon horn. How could this be? The 1,000 Dragons Empire, Long Mu and the rest roared in disbelief. The other Emperor tribe members were also going crazy. How could Lin Wuti have a Tsong dragon horn? Furthermore, it was Tsong Dragon Zhan Tian's. The head of the Purple Mansion frowned. The Tsong dragon horn had been missing for tens of thousands of years, and it was in the hands of this kid. Damn it, was this his trump card? No wonder he was so confident. The Divine Union members laughed out loud. Bai Susu and the rest were excited. Tsong dragon horn? Great, with this item they might be able to win. Tsong Dragon Zhan Tian roared in the sky. An endless amount of supreme power exploded from his body and swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were on guard. To be honest, he was also shocked that Lin Wuti had this item. His horn had been missing for tens of thousands of years, and now it had appeared again. Lin Xian grabbed the Tsong dragon horn and said, "That's right. I have the Tsong dragon horn. I can fight with you." Lin Wuti's eyes shone with confidence. Tsong Dragon Zhan Tian snorted coldly. "Young man, I am surprised that you can take my Tsong dragon horn. However, you are not qualified to fight with me." As he spoke, he swept his tail and it turned into a peerless divine sword and slashed towards Lin Xian. This move had defeated the old swordman of the Purple Mansion Master and displayed its power. Now that it was attacking Lin Xian, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian let out a long roar and activated the great dragon sword spirit. At the same time, he grabbed the azure dragon horn. Then he blew it up. A loud and clear dragon roar rang out, reverberating in all directions. At this moment, countless dragon shadows appeared around him, as if they were all kneeling down and submitting to him. In the surroundings, the Wind Dragon Tribe, Lightning Dragon Tribe, and Dragon Sea Tribe were all dumbstruck. Their bodies began to tremble. Damn it! The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were the same. They raised their heads and roared. The 10,000 dragon picture descended and cut off this aura. The old phoenix of the Phoenix clan exclaimed when he saw this. It was rumored that the azure dragon horn commanded the heroes. In the era when the Dragon Emperor did not appear, he was the king of the dragon race. Looking at it now, it was indeed extraordinary. Although the surrounding people from the monarch clan didn't kneel, they still felt a supreme pressure from this voice. Lin Xian controlled this power and charged towards the azure dragon in the sky. The surrounding dragon shadows flew over in an overwhelming manner. Boom! The attack blocked the dragon's tail and swept towards the dragon's body at the same time. It turned into sound chains that restrained him. The sound of collision could be heard between heaven and earth. The sound of chains clanking continuously made one's scalp go numb. Azure Dragon was furious. His huge body swayed as he roared towards the sky. Human, going against me is your biggest mistake. With a furious roar, the other azure dragon horn on his head burst out with a blood-red light. Then it aimed at Lin Xian. At this moment, heaven and earth shook. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Retreat, retreat quickly. The surrounding Phoenix clan, Qilin clan, and Kuan-Peng clan roared crazily. As for the clan of the ancients, their scalps went numb. They couldn't resist at all and could only seek the protection of these monarch clans. The few monarch clans didn't dare to be careless. They all took out their extreme aura and formed a shield to block. They knew that War Dragon was enraged by this power. That horn contained the power of the Azure Dragon's blood. This attack was enough to destroy everything. So what if Lin Wudy had an Azure Dragon horn? The entire hall shook violently. The surrounding void kept shattering. It couldn't withstand Azure Dragon War's power at all. In an instant, thousands of black holes appeared between heaven and earth. The light suddenly dimmed. Everyone seemed to have fallen into endless darkness. They trembled in fear and used their extreme aura to defend themselves. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt the immense pressure, and his body emitted cracking sounds. It seemed like it would break at any time. He roared and pushed his body to the extreme. A sacred fire danced between his eyebrows. His 9-yang divine body became even more terrifying. At the same time, his hand holding the azure dragon horn became stronger. The great dragon, sword soul, roared at the sky as well. So what if you're the Dragon King? So what if you have the azure dragon's blood? I, Lin Xian, hold the azure dragon horn and command the dragon clan. Azure Dragon War, listen to me. Submit. His voice became louder and louder. It was as if a god was roaring. The azure dragon's blood spread out and formed a sea of blood that pressed down mercilessly. It could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian soared into the sky. He raised the azure dragon horn with his right hand, and a dragon's roar came from it. The great dragon's sword spirit coiled around his right hand, providing him with boundless power. Listen to my command. Submit. Lin Xian roared again. Endless sword light and dragon roars rushed out of his body like a bright light in the dark night. It lit up the entire land. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. They were incomparably shocked when they saw the scene. Could Lin Wudy succeed? They didn't know. The Divine Union and Morong Qingqing were nervous. They were worried for Lin Xian. On the other side, the people from the Thousand Dragon Court were gnashing their teeth. Lord Azure Dragon must kill him. Lin Wudy can't be allowed to continue. They were really afraid. Long Mu couldn't help but attack again. Buzz. The two sides were in a stalemate. Lin Xian used the azure dragon horn to command the dragons to block the azure dragon's blood. They were evenly matched. The surrounding people were shocked. Had he really done it? It was unbelievable. The Thunder Dragon tribe's leader's eyes narrowed. The Wind Dragon tribe's leader also felt numb. Could he really command the Azure Dragon? Impossible. The leader of the Purple Mansion clenched his teeth. Lin Wudy had gained another powerful force. The Fire Qilin snorted. So what? It was just a draw. It was impossible for him to command the Azure Dragon War Sky in this lifetime. In the sky, the Azure Dragon War Sky roared. He was furious, and a terrifying light erupted from his eyes. He couldn't accept being challenged by a human. In the next moment, his azure dragon horn emitted an even more terrifying light. At the same time, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws, absorbing the power flowing in the hall. His aura was rising. Not good. Retreat quickly. The members of the Gu family felt this change and cried out in alarm. Elder Gu Shao led his people and used the power of the Void Realm to retreat quickly. They left the second hall. Chapter 5464. The members of the Gu clan left the main hall. Following that, the other clans and sects also left one after another. That was because the aura inside was simply too terrifying. They couldn't withstand it at all. The Divine Union couldn't withstand it either. Although they had two extreme weapons, they couldn't fully awaken them. What should they do? Should they attack? Yenryu asked. Murong Qingchen exclaimed. Brother Xian? Lin Xian said. You guys leave first. Don't worry about me. I have a way. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingchen agreed. All right, we'll leave first. They also left the main hall. Only Canlong and Lin Xian were left in the second hall. Canlong's power was getting more and more terrifying. Humans are useless. You can't withstand it. Even if you have the Canlong horn, you can't suppress me. Unless you're a boundary emperor. Lin Xian snorted. A boundary emperor? I'm not, but I have another kind of power. A mysterious power appeared from the divine flame seed between his eyebrows and spread throughout his body. The moment this power appeared, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth reversed. A shocking light appeared in the surroundings. Flames danced between heaven and earth. Canlong was stunned. Taking care of the aura? Could it be? He was really shocked. Why did he feel a trace of a boundary emperor's power from Lin Xian? But it shouldn't be. Lin Xian was just a great sage. She was at a loss. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared and activated his power again. With the power of the divine flame seed, Lin Xian became even more terrifying. He rushed over. Boom! The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The second hall was completely drowned by this power. The people outside the hall were shocked when they sensed the remaining power. Their scalps went numb. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. This time, Lin Wuti was going to die inside. The Golden Crow, tribe's divine ancestor, snorted. That was for sure. He couldn't withstand it. Shut up. Murong Qingqing's eyes were cold. She looked at these people and said, What's going to happen to Brother Xian? I won't let you have it easy. Yenryu also walked out. She took out the green lotus and said in a deep voice, I will bury you all with me. The green lotus released an extreme aura, and the Golden Crow race's face turned green. The faces of the Z government's people darkened. How hateful! How dare he threaten them? Roar! Suddenly at this time, a terrifying dragon roar came from the front, shocking everyone. What's going on? What happened? They all looked into the second hall, but the laws were flying around inside, and they couldn't see anything. Lin Xian stood in the midst of the chaos, his expression extremely solemn. The divine flame between his eyebrows also disappeared, and his face turned pale. Many cracks appeared on his body. The attack just now had damaged his 9-yang divine body. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he had the seed of divine flame and the azure dragon horn. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block that attack. This Canlong Zhantian was indeed worthy of being the king of the dragon clan. The other party was already this horrifying even before becoming a quasi-emperor. Shao Qin felt that the other party was even more terrifying than Long Mu. At this moment, Canlong Zhantian stopped attacking him and floated there. The other azure dragon horn on his head also broke off, and then turned into azure dragon blood that covered the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. The power of the azure dragon blood was too terrifying. When Lin Xian got close, he felt his physique rumble. Good stuff. Lin Xian's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to keep it. He used the devouring heaven jar to swallow all the azure dragon blood, and then transferred it to the sword world. Great, Other than the Luais, Lin Xian also obtained the Azure Dragon Blood. The Azure Dragon Blood was also useful to him. Not only could it increase the power of the seed of divine flame, but it could also increase his bloodline, physique, and aura. He didn't know how powerful he would become in the future. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Outside, the Gu family and the Z government were bewildered. What happened? Suddenly, they realized that the terrifying aura in the second hall was slowly disappearing. The light also dimmed. Then it disappeared. The result was out. All of them rushed in. Let's go. The people from the Divine Union were even faster. Murong Qingcheng led a group of people in. After entering, they were stunned again. At this moment, the attacks in the sky had disappeared, and the hall was calm again. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they wouldn't have believed that there had been a huge battle. Why didn't they attack that kid? What disappointed the people from the Z government was that they saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there, his body covered in blood and his face pale. However, it seemed like his foundation wasn't injured. Could it be that he had blocked it? No way. Azure Dragon Zhantian didn't kill him. Was it because of the Azure Dragon Horn? Even the people from the 10,000 Dragons court raised their heads to look. However, when they saw Azure Dragon Zhantian in the sky, they were dumbfounded. Where was the Azure Dragon Horn? The other Azure Dragon Horn was gone. Damn it. Could Lin Wuti have obtained the Azure Dragon Blood? Countless eyes fell on Lin Xian. Kid, did you get it? The old swordman walked out, his voice sharp. On the other side, Elder Gu Zhao's eyes lit up. Hand it over. Do you want to keep it for yourself? Impossible. The Fire Qilin was furious. Their eyes were red. The Azure Dragon Blood was terrifying and mysterious. If they had obtained it, they would have benefited greatly. But now, all of them were obtained by Lin Xian alone. How could they not be jealous? Lin Xian turned around and sneered. You want to attack me? Have you thought it through? I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences of going against me. The power of reincarnation exploded in his eyes. He took out the sky-devouring jar. At the same time, Murong Qingqing and Yan Ri walked out and took out 2 more Emperor weapons. Fight if you don't accept it. Damn it. The people from the Z government gritted their teeth and joined forces. We also have quite a lot of extreme weapons. The Gu family, the Qilin tribe, the Z government, and the 10,000 Dragon Court had 4 extreme weapons. Long Mu from the 10,000 Dragon Court was also furious. Hand it over. It belongs to the 10,000 Dragon Court. He was going crazy. If he could obtain some of the Azure Dragon Blood, he might be able to become a true boundary emperor. How could he not make a move? These people walked forward together. Lin Xian snorted. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then he waved his hand and took out the Azure Dragon Horn. Roar! I forgot to tell you that Azure Dragon Zhantian has acknowledged me. I can use the Azure Dragon Horn to make him attack. Do you think you can resist? With that said, Lin Xian activated the Blue Dragon Horn. The Azure Dragon, War Sky, also let out a low roar. Damn it! Why did it turn out like this? Long Mu gritted his teeth. The other people from the Emperor tribe had ugly looks on their faces. If Azure Dragon Zhantian attacked, they would have no chance. Previously, they had wanted to use their extreme weapons to attack Lin Xian, but they had almost been scared away. Now that Lin Wuti and the others from the Divine Union and Azure Dragon Zhantian attacked them together, they would not be able to resist. However, they were shocked that Lin Xian could control Azure Dragon Zhantian. Chapter 54-65. Despicable brat, just you wait. The Fire Qilin was the first to give up. The Gu family also kept their void mirror. Next, Zifu and the others gritted their teeth. Only Long Mu roared. Despicable brat, just you wait. I'll get the Azure Dragon Blood back sooner or later. He wasn't confident that he could do it alone. Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. Then he found a corner in the hall, sat down cross-legged, and began to recover. She was injured from the previous battle. Not to mention that the martial monarch tomb was extremely dangerous. He had to recover to his peak before he dared to continue. Although he didn't know how dangerous it would be, he was lucky to have the azure dragon horn this time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defeat the other party. It would be very troublesome. Murong Qingqing and the others stood guard beside him. Zifu and the others saw that there was no chance, so they gritted their teeth and snorted. Let's go. This time, they were prepared to set off first. They couldn't let Linwudi lead the way. If the other party set off first, they wouldn't be able to get anything. Therefore, after some discussion, they took the lead and walked further into the passage. Toad's eyes turned red when he saw this. Should he chase after them? Murong Qingqing said, "No, let them go. Brother Xian's safety is the most important. We have to guard this place." Yanryu smiled and said, "It's useless. You've seen the two halls. If it weren't for Lin Xian, these people wouldn't have gotten anything. Therefore, it didn't matter if they left first." Next, the people from the Divine Union stopped. After about 5 days, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had recovered his strength. He had recovered from his injuries. He looked around and said, "Where are those people?" Baisusu said, "Those people seem to be afraid of you, so they left first." Lin Xian smiled when he heard this. Indeed, these people were too sullen. However, he shook his head. The road ahead wasn't going to be easy. These people would probably be at a disadvantage. Let's go. Even if there are formations and traps, they'll probably help us clear them. Let's go. Next, Lin Xian and the others continued on their journey, heading forward and entering the passageway once again. Sure enough, the pressure they felt this time was much less than before. With someone leading the way, things were indeed different. On the way, the Crimson Dragon asked, "Boy, did you really get Song Longshui?" Lin Xian nodded and said, "Of course, I'll give you some when we get out." The Crimson Dragon was also a member of the Dragon Clan, so they naturally needed these things. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait. He was right. Can you really control Azure Dragon War Sky? Wouldn't it be better to summon him and fly with us? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Controlling War Dragon? You believe it? I was just fooling them. F***CK. The Crimson Dragon jumped up. Didn't I say it? I had my suspicions back then, but those Emperor clans were really scared silly. The people from the Divine Union laughed. If these people from the Emperor race had joined forces, they would have been in danger. Fortunately, these monarch race beings were all scared of Tsang Long Zhantian previously. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a move. They walked for another 3 days. They didn't encounter any danger during these 3 days. Lin Xian had already started to let the divine flame seed continue to absorb power. He could already feel a trace of power being released by the divine flame seed. The power of the divine flame was a power that surpassed the sage stage, even though he was still a sage. However, Lin Xian could also feel the benefits this power brought to him. He reckoned that this trip to the ancient tomb would allow him to break through and reach the divine ancestor realm. That way, he would stand at the peak of the great sage stage and be only a step away from becoming a true boundary emperor. Lin Xian was looking forward to that day. However, he knew that he didn't have enough power now. He had to divide the power he obtained into many portions. One portion would be for the divine flame seed, and some would be left for Murong Qingqing and the others. Of course, he still had to provide power to the sword world. The sword world was even more mysterious and required an endless amount of power to recover. Lin Xian also wanted to know what secrets the sword world was hiding. Therefore, although he had obtained a lot of precious power during this period, Lin Xian felt that it wasn't enough. He needed more. On the 4th day, an angry roar came from the front. At the same time, light shone in. The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. Great, they were about to leave the passage. Yanryu frowned. The sound of fighting was so terrifying. Were these people from the Emperor race fighting over something? The toad jumped up. Damn, could there be treasures? He jumped out with a swoosh and increased his speed. "I'll go take a look too." Little White also flew out and stepped on a cotton cloud. The eyes of the others lit up. They knew that Little White was a treasure hunter. The last time it came out was for the dragon scale fruit. After obtaining the dragon scale tree, Little White hid in the sword world and ate the dragon scale fruit. Now that it had come out again, it meant that it had sensed a treasure. Furthermore, it must be a treasure like a spirit fruit. It seemed like there was going to be a big harvest again. Lin Xian smiled. They quickened their pace. Soon they left the passage. Looking at the scene ahead, Lin Xian felt dizzy. Murong Qingqing and the others were even more amazed. Even the usually calm old phoenix was stunned. Could this be? Were they really dumbfounded? "Ha, we're rich!" The toad roared excitedly. The crimson dragon also roared at the sky. Little White rode on a cotton cloud and started to shuttle back and forth. "Mine, all mine." In front of them was a huge courtyard filled with spiritual herbs. Every set was priceless, and these were all extinct in the outside world. Everyone was excited. The spiritual herbs in the Dragon Emperor's tomb were most likely planted by the Dragon Emperor back then. Even if they weren't, how precious would they be if they grew in the tomb of the Emperor? "Attack!" Lin Xian waved his hand, and the people of the Divine Union all rushed out. Even Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu couldn't stay calm. The people from the Emperor race in front of them attacked even more fiercely. Previously, they had set off a few days in advance and had been attacked by arrays and puppets along the way. However, they were all blocked by them and finally left the passage. When they came out, they found this spiritual herb garden. Their eyes turned red instantly and a huge battle broke out. This time, they had made the right choice by setting off early. They had to get these spiritual herbs. The other Emperor races were originally in an alliance. However, in an instant, the alliance was broken. They were all fighting their own battles. The people from the Thousand Dragon Court also couldn't help but attack. As the Tomb Keeper, Longmu couldn't attack the spiritual herbs directly. However, he could kill other people. As long as someone snatched the spiritual herbs, he could kill them and take them back. Then he wouldn't be punished by the Emperor's tomb. Therefore, his attacks were even more terrifying. Anyone who was targeted by him was killed. "Damn it, it's Lin Wudi and the others. The people from the Divine Union are here." The Gu family elder roared. They used their void techniques to the extreme. The people from the Purple Mansion sect also shouted, "Attack quickly!" They knew how terrifying Lin Xian was, so they didn't want to give him a chance. Chapter 5466. After seeing Lin Xian's arrival, the surrounding emperors and remote antiquity families quickly made their moves. They wanted to get ahead of Lin Xian. The Qilin sun roared angrily, "Get lost." In front of them, there was a set of spiritual herbs that were extremely red as if they were made of blood. There was an extremely ancient and powerful aura on them. The blood jade ancient medicine was very precious and could no longer be seen outside. On the other side, the Purple Mansion Master also roared angrily. He was fighting with the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan and the Gu clan. They were fighting over a black flower. It had an extremely cold aura that shot into the sky. It was the earthly fiend netherworld flower. It was also extinct outside and could only be seen in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. The Dragon Sea clan, the Golden Crow clan, and the Kuanpeng clan also attacked. There were countless ancient medicines around them that were extremely precious. When Lin Xian saw this scene, his eyes also burst out with an extremely sharp light. What a good opportunity! He looked up to the sky and laughed. In the next moment, he rushed over and attacked the Qilin sun. The Qilin sun roared angrily, "Get lost." He used the Qilin arm and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the Heavens battle map to block the attack. At the same time, the Heavens battle map exploded with unparalleled power and slashed in all directions. The Qilin sun kept retreating. The Qilin sun gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. It was the demon god fist. The black fist connected heaven and earth like a demonic dragon and sent the Qilin sun flying. Next to him, the people who were fighting with the Qilin sun also changed their target and attacked Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian was the most difficult to deal with. Terrifying flames, terrifying lightning, and a sky full of ice and snow fell from the sky. It seemed to have turned into several worlds and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily. Monstrous sword qi rushed out of his body and slashed the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan away. With a few more slashes, the Ice Snow tribe and the Thunder Dragon tribe were sent flying. His attacks were powerful and bold. The ultimate skills in his hands, coupled with the firmament battle diagram, were extremely terrifying. Finally, he obtained the ancient blood jade medicine. Then, his figure flickered as he charged toward the Z Mansion. The great annihilation spear was filled with boundless demon chi as it shot towards the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord shouted angrily and used his mysterious palm to block the attack. He grabbed the spear of great destruction. However, Lin Xian only sneered. The 9-sun divine flame on his body burst forth, and along with the great annihilation spear, he flew towards the Purple Mansion Master. Feeling the power of the flame, Zifu's expression also changed. Why did it have a mysterious aura? Her big purple hand turned to ash and she retreated. At this moment, a cold sneer sounded behind Lin Xian. The Gu family's elder appeared in the blink of an eye, using the Void God Finger, Void Palm, and Void Exile. All kinds of ultimate skills rushed out, and instantly Lin Xian was surrounded by them. Lin Xian disappeared in an instant, but not long after, he used the Hell Sword to split open the void and returned. He shouted angrily, and the firmament battle diagram flew towards the 3 Gu family's experts. The Gu family's experts appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and they blocked the diagram. Lin Xian snorted and locked onto his target. Dragon-shaped, sword chi flew out, and the 3 of them were sent flying. The 3 Gu family's elders' faces were ugly. Damn it, the invincible power made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. It seemed to be able to restrain them. Let me do it. The old sword man shouted angrily. He was a powerful divine ancestor, and he was an expert of the sword Dao. His strength was terrifying. He slashed out with a broken sword in his hand, and it turned into a bolt of lightning that split the sky and the earth. Competing in swordsmanship? Let me see how powerful you are, an expert of the sword Dao. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The Hellfire Dragon sword flew out, and it seemed to have turned into a hell dragon, sweeping across the surroundings. The 2 collided, and a sonorous sound rang out. Sword light danced and swept across the 9 heavens. Azura sword technique. At this moment, Lin Xian's swordsmanship changed again, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. A sword chi suddenly appeared behind the old sword man, leaving a sword mark on his back. The old sword man's body swayed, and his expression changed drastically. It was actually the Sword of Slaughter. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a sword technique. He shouted angrily, "Sword of Heaven!" There were only a few broken swords, and the terrifying power was like a piece of heaven pressing down from the sky and surrounding him. Not only did it block the terrifying Sword of Slaughter, but it could also attack Lin Xian. Lin Xian shouted angrily and transformed into a dragon. He waved his dragon claws and tore apart the Sword of Heaven. Then, another dragon claw slammed onto the old sword man's body, tearing his shoulder into pieces. The old sword man was injured and flew out. His expression became ugly. At this moment, Lin Xian swept his dragon tail and kept the earth fiend netherworld flower. Then he attacked again. Before long, he had snatched 5 stalks of ancient herbs. This made him extremely happy. The other people's expressions turned ugly. This was because the herbs that Lin Xian had snatched were extremely precious. Many experts and divine ancestors had their eyes on them. Damn it, let's kill him together. Otherwise, none of us will be able to get them. The Purple Mansion master gritted his teeth. The Fire Qilin and the others also looked gloomy. They were prepared to attack Lin Xian together. They would eliminate the other party first. The remaining people were of similar strength, and then they would rely on their own abilities. Otherwise, none of them would be able to get anything good with Lin Xian around. You want to attack me? Lin Xian sneered. The people of the Divine Union wanted to come over and help, but Lin Xian waved his hand. There was no need. They could snatch their own opportunities. They wouldn't be able to do anything to me. With that, he waved his hand and the heaven-devouring jar appeared, releasing a terrifying message. Instantly, an endless black hole appeared between heaven and earth. Damn it, do you think we don't have it? The Purple Mansion Master took out the Dragon Cauldron. The Gu family took out the Void Mirror. The Qilin clan also took out an extreme weapon. The extreme weapon of the Qilin clan was the Qilin Divine Furnace. It was an ancient furnace. The moment it appeared, it released a monstrous light. An ancient Qilin image was carved on it. Boundless flames danced and flickered. This extreme weapon contained incomparable flames. Its power seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. An extreme aura was released. A terrifying extreme danger swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone in the herb garden was stunned. They acted as if they were facing a great enemy and didn't dare to attack. Instead, they watched in horror. The people of the remote ancient families were in despair. Were the Emperor clans finally going to launch their strongest attack? Once the extreme weapons were out, only the Emperor clans would be able to fight against each other. They had no chance at all. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court had cold expressions. They also took out the 10,000 Dragon Picture and prepared to attack. On the other side, Little White's speed was extremely fast. He was an expert at finding treasures. The moment the treasure bowl appeared, the faces of countless people around turned black, because the treasures that they had their eyes on were all snatched away by the little monkey. Many people gritted their teeth and began to chase after the other party. However, Little White stepped on a cotton cloud and was extremely fast. Not long after, he arrived beside Lin Xian. He made faces at the people around him. That damned monkey! The surrounding people gnashed their teeth in anger. Someone said that they would attack Lin Wuti together and eliminate him. These people were prepared to use their extreme weapons. Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also returned and took out their extreme weapons to confront each other. A great battle was about to erupt. However, at this moment, the pupils of the Emperor clans constricted and their expressions changed. Not good. Chapter 5467. Just as they were about to use their extreme weapons, the Emperor clan members were stunned. The next moment, their faces turned ugly. They realized that they couldn't activate their extreme weapons. Damn it, what's going on? My body is out of control. The Fire Qilin roared in horror. On the other side, Kuan-Ping-Zi was also terrified. He could only stand there as if his entire body had been sealed. Damn it, who had attacked her? The Golden Crow tribe members were terrified. They couldn't move either. Damn Lin Wuti, how dare you plot against us? They roared crazily. At this moment, everyone could only stare at Lin Xian. However, they soon realized that this wasn't the case. Lin Xian couldn't move either. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the Divine Union members also felt as if their bodies had been sealed and their souls couldn't come out. What was going on? The surrounding people roared crazily. Who had attacked her? Lin Xian was also shocked. The old phoenix frowned and said, "Looks like we were careless. The previous 2 palaces had terrifying guardians. How could there be no guardians in this herb garden?" Bai Susu and the others exclaimed. They were really careless. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He also felt a huge suppression. At this moment, a voice came from the herb garden. How dare you come to the royal spirit garden? You're courting death. Who was speaking? The Gu family elder roared. The old sword man and the others also began to search. However, their bodies were being controlled, and they couldn't find anyone. At this moment, some people realized that a spirit herb had suddenly risen from the herb garden in front of them. It transformed into a blurry shadow. It was a dragon's shadow, bearing its fangs but no claws as it spiraled in the air. It wasn't big, not even half a meter long. However, it emitted a mysterious aura. Stupid ants! I'm in charge of guarding the royal spirit garden under the orders of the Dragon Emperor. You people don't know what's good for you. How dare you come here to steal ancient herbs? You deserve to die. Damn it. They had been careless. There were guardians here. Royal Spirit Garden. What a terrifying name. Did this mean that the power here could control gods? The people from the Emperor clan were also alarmed. Lin Xian's face was cold. His eyes flickered with a shocking light as he stared ahead. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty also cried out in surprise. Long Mu's voice was trembling. Could it be that he was a mirage dragon? Mirage dragon. It was a type of dragon that was very rare and strange. That was because the illusion dragon was an expert in illusions. Who would have thought that they would encounter one here? The mirage dragon in front flew over. Are you the descendants of the Dragon Emperor? How dare he come here with them, to be so presumptuous? Her voice was bright. The 10,000 Dragon dynasties. People were terrified. Long Mu said, No, you misunderstood. We are not with them. We are here to stop him. However, they have more people, and many of them are from the earthly Darch race. The number of extreme Dao weapons they have far exceeds ours. We can't stop them at all. Therefore, he could only follow them all the way and see if there was an opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. This was the best opportunity for him. You control him, and we'll kill him. When he said this, Long Mu's eyes lit up. This was indeed the best chance. The Emperor race was controlled, and even Lin Wudi couldn't fight back. As long as he attacked, he could definitely send them all to hell. When the others heard this, their expressions changed. The Fire Qilin hollered in rage. You dare! Long Mu laughed coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? You came to the Dragon Emperor tomb to behave so arrogantly. Do you really think that the 10,000 Dragon dynasty is easy to bully? Today, I will let you know what regret is. Not good, they were really going to attack. Gu family, Zifu, and the others' expressions all turned ugly. We are in an alliance, they said. Long Mu scoffed coldly. Alliance? When Lin Wudi attacked the tomb, which one of you stepped out to help us? Now you are in an alliance. What a joke. Damn it, charge. Use the power of the extreme Dao to break through these controls. The Emperor race, people hollered. They used their extreme Dao weapons, but they couldn't move at all. Their bodies were sealed. To be exact, their souls were being controlled. They couldn't move according to their will. Mirage Dragon laughed coldly. It's useless. Stop resisting. I am using a mind illusion technique. None of you can escape. In this Imperial God Garden, I am the ruler. After saying this, he waved his dragon claw, and the control over the 10,000 Dragon dynasty disappeared. After the 10,000 Dragon dynasty members recovered, they all exclaimed. Then they were delighted. That was great. They came beside these people and laughed coldly. Continue being arrogant. You are stealing our Dragon Emperor's treasures. All of this is ours. They started to attack and took the storage rings from these experts. These people roared emotionally into the sky. Previously, they followed along. As they were the descendants of the Dragon Emperor, they couldn't attack directly. So, they could only attack others in secret. They only got a few treasures. It could be said that they got the least out of all of them. Looking at the other families snatching their treasures, the 10,000 Dragon dynasty was so angry that they gritted their teeth. Now they finally had a chance. So what if you snatched more? They were all ours. They laughed coldly as they snatched the storage rings. Long Mu raised his blade and started to kill. Many people died just like that. A sea of blood surrounded the area. The others went crazy. However, when it came to the Emperor race, there was a problem. Although these people from the Emperor race couldn't attack, it wasn't easy to kill these people. This was because the extreme Tao weapons couldn't be controlled. Even if no one used them, they could still automatically defend. This made the people from the Emperor race heave a sigh of relief. Long Mu's attack was blocked. His expression was cold. He looked at Huanlong and said, "These people weren't easy to kill, but they couldn't leave either. It was better to control them here. After a few thousand years, their lifespan would run out and they would naturally turn to ashes." "Damn it, how dare you!" The people from the Emperor race roared. They were really terrified. If they continued to stay like this, the extreme Tao weapons wouldn't attack. Only when they were attacked would they passively defend. But if they didn't attack, they might really die here. "Lin Wuti, what can you do?" The fire Qilin roared crazily. The others also looked at Lin Xian, because previously, when they were in despair in the first two halls, it was Lin Xian who attacked and swept through all directions. They could only continue after defeating the Guardians. Now, they were in the most dangerous situation, so they naturally looked at Lin Xian. The people from the Divine Union also had hope. Yes, every time they were in danger, it was Lin Gongzi who helped them out. Lin Xian was the leader of the Divine Union, so he naturally had a way. He could do it in the past, so he definitely could this time. Chapter 54-68. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. To be honest, he did not expect something like this to happen. Even he had fallen for it. Previously, he had been able to contend with the two guardians because the enemy was obvious and had displayed great strength and characteristics. He could restrain the other party based on their mystique. However, this time it was extremely strange. Even he was controlled by the soul attack. This should be a mind illusion. He opened his Rinnegan and prepared to resist. His Rinnegan was also suppressed, but it could still emit the light of reincarnation. A terrifying reincarnation aura emerged, causing the faces of the people of Wan Longchao to change. "Damn it, this Lin Wuti is not completely under my control." Long Mu said, "Kill him. We have to find a way to kill him. He killed our dragon prince." "What?" Huan Long was instantly stunned. In the next moment, he was enraged. He was guarding this place under the orders of the Dragon Emperor. To be honest, he could no longer be considered a true spiritual body because he had merged with the entire Royal God Garden. There was an array in the Royal God Garden, and he was young Lin. That was why he had been able to survive for so many years. As for the previous guardians, they were all puppets. At this moment, he was enraged after hearing what Lin Wuti said. The Dragon Prince, the son of the Dragon Emperor, was the continuation of the bloodline. However, he was now dead. He had been killed by this brat in front of him. His eyes glowed fiercely as he stared at Lin Xian. "Go to hell!" With a roar, he launched an attack, his soul power crushing down. However, the heaven-devouring jar in Lin Xian's hand suddenly erupted. As though he felt threatened, he unleashed a devouring vortex to resist. A deafening sound rang out, and the ancient, desolate tower rumbled. The green lotus shook, and a series of chain reactions appeared, causing Huan Long's face to turn ugly. Long Mu was also gritting his teeth. He could kill the people of the Divine Union first. These were all people around him. He would kill them one by one and let them know what despair was. As he spoke, Long Mu strode forward. With a wave of his dragon claws, he killed 2 Divine Union elites. "Damn it!" Bai Susu and the others roared crazily. The Crimson Dragon's eyes also turned red. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He stared at Long Mu and said, "Old man, I'll make you regret this. I will kill you to avenge my brothers in the Divine Union. You want to kill me?" Long Mu laughed coldly. "You won't have a chance in this lifetime." He was ready to attack again, but Lin Xian roared angrily. His Rinnegan turned into a reincarnation light blade and attacked the opponent. Long Mu was given a fright. He struck out with an attack, colliding with it. In the next moment, his face darkened. The strength of the Rinnegan was so terrifying that it could even summon the Samsara sword. Now, Lin Xian could summon a phantom of the Samsara sword, which was already very terrifying. It might even be able to cut through this illusion. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. He said to Mirage Dragon, controlling him with all his strength. This brat's eyes were Rinnegan, which was very strange. Rinnegan? Huanlong was equally shocked when he heard this. It was truly unexpected. Who would have thought that such eyes would appear again? Don't worry, he is an enemy of the dragon tribe. I won't let him go. I will erase his soul and turn him into a puppet. Spiritual storm. Mirage Dragon roared and waved his dragon claws. An even more terrifying soul power emerged, turning into a storm. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Although it wasn't an attack, they were already facing a great enemy. No one would be able to withstand such a soul attack. Lin Wuti might have been able to, but he was being controlled now. Did he really have a chance? They were all worried. Lin Xian's face also turned cold. He could feel the terrifying storm attacking his soul. With a roar, he closed his left eye and his right eye. His Rinnegan suddenly burst out with an extremely shocking light. It formed the Six Paths world to resist. A sonorous sound rang out. Lin Xian stood there like the king of Samsara. He shouted coldly, "You want to kill me? Impossible." The great dragon, sword soul in his body, roared. Endless sword chi rushed out and swept in all directions. Those storms were all cleaved apart. Not only that, but Lin Xian also felt the seal on his body shaking. It was about to break. Damn it, how could it be? He could actually resist the spiritual illusion. Mirage Dragon was stunned. What kind of power was this? Long Mu's face also changed. He forgot to tell you that in addition to the Rinnegan, he also had the great dragon sword soul. It was an indestructible power that could split everything. Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier? Mirage Dragon was furious. He had naturally heard of the great dragon sword. It was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth, but the other party could actually obtain it. Even the Dragon Emperor didn't get it back then. I'll kill you and give your great dragon sword soul to the Dragon Emperor as a sacrifice. Mirage Dragon gritted his teeth. He formed a seal with his dragon claws, and an even more terrifying soul power appeared. It suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian's soul, wanting to tear it apart. Lin Xian roared angrily. The Rinnegan bloomed. The heavenly path of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation formed a shield to defend. The path of reincarnation merged with him, making his body incomparably mysterious to resist. At the same time, Lin Xian said coldly, "Do you all want me to save you?" Those Emperor race people said, "Of course, we can join hands." Join hands? No need. I think I can handle it myself, but I can also save you all. I need you all to agree to one condition. What condition? The Fire Qilin frowned. Kuin Pingzi also said that as long as he could save them, he would agree. He really didn't want to be trapped here. The others were also silent. They wanted to hear what Lin Wuti wanted. Lin Xian said, "Very simple. I won't make things difficult for you. Give me half of the ancient medicine you got from the Imperial God Garden." What? Hearing this, the Purple Mansion Lord roared, "Damn it, why don't you just rob?" The Fire Qilin gritted his teeth. Lin Wuti, don't go overboard. Overboard? Lin Xian smiled. We are all old friends, so I said that. If I really went overboard, I could do what Wan Longqiao did and just snatch your storage rings. Hearing this, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty people's faces turned cold. They cursed in their hearts. Not good. This Lin Wuti was too cunning. If he really snatched their storage rings, he would anger the Emperor race people. At that time, the Emperor race people would definitely fight back. But Lin Wuti didn't do that, and only took half. Since that was the case, the Emperor race people hated the Dragon race the most, because the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty snatched all the resources. If these people obtained freedom, they would definitely attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. This was why Long Mu roared, Huanlong, hurry up and control him. Don't let him out, otherwise we will be in danger. Huanlong scoffed coldly. Don't worry, even if he wanted to come out, it would be impossible in this lifetime. Chapter 5469. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Have you guys thought it through? You only have one chance. When the time comes, I'll take the divine union away. Don't regret it. Wait, let us think about it." The Fire Qilin said through gritted teeth, "I agree to give you half of the spiritual herbs." Kuan-Ping Zi spoke at this moment. The moment he said this, the expressions of the other monarch race members changed drastically. The Gu family added, "Our Gu family is also willing." Damn it. The Purple Mansion master roared. A bunch of cowards. Joining forces with these people was really infuriating. This way they would be alone. In the end, she could only grit her teeth. All right, I agree to your request. Since these monarch race members had agreed, there weren't many people left in the remote antiquity family. Many of them had already been killed. Therefore, they could only say that they were willing. We are willing. Very good. Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Murong Qingqing and the others also smiled. The monarch race was now under Lin Xian's control. They all understood that Lin Xian had saved these monarch race members not because he was being kind, but because these monarch race members were useful. Firstly, the Thousand Dragon Court had already angered these monarch race members. If these monarch race members were rescued, these people would definitely deal with the Thousand Dragon Court. Lin Xian could get someone else to do the dirty work. Furthermore, he still needed the help of these monarch race members. After all, no one knew what would happen in the end. When the time came, they could work together to get more extreme weapons. Perhaps they would have to fight against the Dragon Emperor's corpse in the end. Therefore, Lin Xian's decision was very correct. The Thousand Dragon court members had ugly expressions. They attacked. Long Mu roared and took the lead to attack Lin Xian. The Thousand Dragon court members also started attacking the Divine Union members crazily. They wanted to kill these people before the other party rushed out. The three extreme weapons were attacked and automatically started to defend themselves. The Thousand Dragons diagram erupted and suppressed the three extreme weapons. However, that was all it could do. It wasn't enough. Mirage Dragon, provide me with power to completely revive the Thousand Dragons diagram. Long Mu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Now was the best opportunity. Back then it was these three extreme weapons that had killed Long Huangji. Now, Long Mu wanted revenge. He wanted to use an ultimate weapon to suppress the three of them. All right, Mirage Dragon nodded. I'll activate the power of the Imperial Forest Gardens formation and gather the power of the spirit herbs for you. However, there is only one chance and you have to grasp it. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. Long Mu was very confident. He was about to become a quasi-emperor. How could there be any mistakes? Lin Wudi, hurry up! Fire Qilin roared. If Lin Wudi died, they would be next. Headmaster Zi also shouted angrily, "Can you do it or not?" Lin Xian smiled. "What's the rush? Swear on your Dao hearts first." "I don't trust you." Damn it, the Purple Mansion's mansion lord had gone crazy. At such a critical moment, he still had the mood to joke around. However, they had no other choice. They quickly used their Dao hearts to swear an oath and decided to give the other party half of the spiritual herbs. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Don't worry, it's impossible for him to kill me." A terrifying flame appeared between Lin Xian's eyebrows. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it carried a supreme and mysterious power. He said coldly, "Royal Divine Garden?" This Long Xiaotian was really arrogant. Wasn't he just slapped in the face? Why did he hate the entire divine path? However, did he have the right to control the gods? He said coldly. He naturally knew that he had slapped the other party's face 90,000 years ago. causing the other party to be unable to fuse with the divine fire. As a result, the other party walked the immortal path. Therefore, he was filled with hatred towards the entire divine path. Huanlong was also shocked. He only found out about this secret later. This was the origin of the name Royal Divine Garden. How did he know? One had to know that other than him, Longmu didn't know about this. Who was this kid? He didn't know, but he also launched his ultimate attack. Soul destruction. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The great dragon, sword soul in his body, roared. Previously, he was the first to enter the Dragon Emperor's tomb. When he entered, the great dragon sword soul had absorbed an extremely mysterious power. This made the great dragon sword soul stronger than before. Therefore, he used it now. In addition, he had obtained a lot of resources along the way. He had been providing these resources to the divine flame seed. Now, the divine flame seed was stronger than when he first obtained it. The power of the divine flame was also displayed. The two powers exploded together. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The soul illusion that was suppressing him also shook violently. A crack. Finally, a crack appeared. Then it shattered like a mirror. Lin Xian felt the control on his body disappear. In the next moment, he roared, and the demonic aura on his body surged. He succeeded. Murong Qingqing was overjoyed. In the Purple Mansion, the people of the Gu family were also shocked. This Lin Wudi was really capable. Without using the power of an extreme weapon, he could still break through the control. Not good. Huanlong was shocked. His mind control was broken. He suffered a backlash. His body swayed and became much dimmer. Longmu shouted angrily, "Die!" The 10,000 dragons diagram erupted with endless power. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was even faster. He used the heaven-swallowing jar to instantly attack. It turned into a black pillar of light and charged forward. He didn't attack the 10,000 dragons diagram. Instead, he charged directly toward the Gu family. The Gu family elders' faces turned green. Lin Wudi wasn't going to kill them, was he? But in the next moment, the power of the heaven-swallowing jar shattered the control on their bodies. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Wudi was a man of his word. Lin Xian roared, "Use the void mirrors, spatial teleportation. Otherwise, we won't be able to resist at all." It seemed that the 10,000 dragons diagram was going to fully recover this time. He was already too late. Even half of the heaven-devouring jar was still a little lacking in comparison. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately saved the Gu family. The Gu family members had mastered void divine abilities and the void mirror. They could use their spatial techniques to dodge this attack. "Don't worry, leave it to us." After the Gu family elders came out, they also roared angrily. They instantly used the void mirror. It emitted endless void power, and the light that descended enveloped everyone. In the next moment, their figures instantly dimmed. Void and reality conversion. Everyone's bodies instantly became illusory. They had actually been teleported. This was a unique spatial divine ability. When the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram enveloped them, the surrounding sky and earth collapsed, but their bodies were not affected. It was useless. They hadn't fully recovered and couldn't resist at all. As expected, the Gu family elders' expressions also became ugly. The power of the 10,000 dragons diagram was becoming more and more terrifying. Although their bodies were teleported into the void, they were still affected. What should they do? The others were also in despair. Could it be that they were going to be turned into ashes under this attack? Chapter 5470. Facing this world-destroying attack, the monarch race's faces were filled with despair. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He was the first to remove the Gu family's control. Firstly, he wanted to increase his strength. Secondly, the Gu family's spatial teleportation could buy him some time. Therefore, this period of time was enough. During this time, Lin Xian opened the Kuan Peng clan's Yin Yang cauldron and the Fire Qilin clan's Qilin divine furnace. As soon as the two monarch clans obtained power, they roared into the sky. Their extreme weapons were also bursting forth rapidly. Finally, the extreme weapons collided together and blocked the shocking attack of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The monarch race's people all heaved a sigh of relief. Next, Lin Xian helped them remove the restrictions one by one. Damn it, Long Mu gritted his teeth. His only chance was gone. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty also sighed. Huan Long snorted coldly. His methods were indeed strong, but so what? This was the Dragon Emperor Gumu, and it was the Imperial God Garden. He was the supreme existence here. He would let them know how powerful he was. He shouted coldly, and the surrounding array erupted once again. The others also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Using extreme weapons, the people of the Purple Mansion roared. However, when they used their extreme weapons again, they found that their minds shook as if they were being controlled again. Not good. The old Phoenix of the Phoenix clan also exclaimed. They couldn't use extreme weapons so easily. It seemed that there were restrictions here. Once they used extreme weapons, they would be controlled by the mind illusion. What old Phoenix said was true. The others also sensed it. Their expressions became ugly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't use any extreme weapons. Instead, he charged over. The 6 paths of reincarnation and the Rinnegan completely bloomed, forming a terrifying light. In the next instant, it turned into the light of the reincarnation sword and slashed forward. The sword slashed out and collided with the opponent's array. Mirage Dragon's face also changed greatly. He did not expect this. He didn't expect the opponent's Rinnegan to be so terrifying. The earth-shattering collision shattered mountains and rivers. Everything ceased to exist. When the reincarnation sword's illusion disappeared, the entire Imperial God Garden was split open. Even the peerless Great Formation was torn apart. The Mirage Dragon roared crazily. Damn it, he was not willing to accept this. He had been beaten back into a formation. The others were also incomparably shocked. Lin Wuti was really too powerful. Lin Xian closed his Rinnegan and sighed. The Samsara sword was indeed very powerful. However, its power was too strong, and he could only use it once at a time. He still had to wait for a long time before he could use it again. Otherwise, his eyes alone would be invincible. However, the effect was very good. At least the Mirage Dragon was defeated. That was great. The other Emperor clans also let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Crimson Dragon walked out, looked at those monarch race people and sneered. We've saved you. So shouldn't we hand over half of the spirit herbs? Don't worry, we won't go back on our words. Kuan Pingzi said. Previously, it was all thanks to Lin Xian. He had saved them, and the Kunping race had to hand over half of the spiritual herbs they had obtained. Next, the Gu family, the Qilin race, the Purple Mansion, and all the other families and sects handed over half of the ancient herbs. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others came to collect them. Lin Xian did not move, because he was waiting for the moment these people handed over the spirit herbs. Suddenly, he shouted coldly and used the extreme Dao weapon again, the heaven-swallowing jar. He was very decisive, and endless power surged on the heaven-swallowing jar. The heaven-swallowing jar emitted an extremely terrifying light, and it directly grew larger, enveloping the entire Imperial God Garden. It was obvious that Lin Xian wanted to consume all of the remaining spiritual herbs. This sudden change shocked everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a big appetite. Damn it, how dare you! The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord was instantly enraged. Damn it! The Qilin race also roared. Although the other party had saved them, previously they had paid a price. However, they also paid a price and gave him half of the spiritual herbs. Next, they would not hold back. Attack! With a furious shout, these people attacked one after another, and they also took out their extreme Dao weapons to snatch. Damn it! The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court gritted their teeth and resisted. However, after all, there was only one extreme Dao weapon, so the blocking effect was limited. With so many extreme Dao weapons awakening together, the other ancient families had no hope. They retreated into the distance, trembling in fear. They even left the Imperial God Garden. At this moment, endless extreme Dao power erupted in the Imperial God Garden, and the weak ones all retreated. Only these Emperor race powerhouses could withstand it. Even Bai Susu and the others from the Divine Union retreated. They attacked outside the Imperial God Garden, providing power to Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian was the first to make a move, and he was the most powerful. The heaven-swallowing jar could swallow everything, so it was very effective here. More than half of the Imperial God Garden was swallowed by him. The others attacked crazily, and they even attacked the heaven-swallowing jar quickly. The heaven-swallowing jar kept shaking. Lin Wudi, don't think you can take it all for yourself. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court despaired. Were the treasures left behind by their emperor going to be taken away by these people? No. These people knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Dragon Emperor, come back to life. Take a look. Dragon Emperor, give us power to punish them. They don't deserve the treasures you left behind. Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Prince's enemy, is here. You must kill him. The powerhouses of the 10,000 Dragon Court roared and cried. Dragon blood dripped from the dragon would once again. Their blood fell to the ground and sank into it. No one cared. The people in front were attacking crazily, and the scene was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the Dragon Emperor's tomb, it would have been destroyed. Even so, it was still a huge scene. But right at this moment, the Imperial God Garden shook. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. In the next moment, they felt another wave of terrifying power sweeping out in all directions. The moment this aura appeared, everyone panicked. Could it be that the Mirage Dragon from before came out again? Damn it, they couldn't let it control them anymore. These people roared crazily. However, they soon realized that it wasn't the case. This time, it wasn't a Mirage Dragon, but a Blood Dragon. The blood-red dragon roared with boundless anger between heaven and earth. At the same time, outside the Imperial God Garden, endless dragon aura and blood dragon gathered. This made the blood dragon even more terrifying. He released a terrifying aura and a terrifying attack. The blood dragon claw covered the sky and slashed down. It actually passed through the extreme weapons and hit these people. Instantly, the Emperor race elders spat out blood and flew backward. The Qilin sun was injured, and one of the purple mansion lord's arms was broken. On the Murong Qingqing side, Yan Ruyu also retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 5471. Lin Xian also retreated. The flames on his divine body were extinguished by the dragon claw. Damn it, what's going on? With one strike, everyone was injured. The old phoenix frowned and looked into the distance. Oh no, this is anger, the anger of the dragon clan. They used their dragon breath in exchange for a trace of the Dragon Emperor's aura. Together with their anger, they formed this blood dragon. If we can't calm this anger, I'm afraid we'll all be in danger. Hearing the old phoenix's words, the others also sucked in a breath of cold air. The 1,000 Dragons Court was the descendant of the Dragon Emperor. The anger of these people was enough to arouse the Dragon Emperor's aura. A trace of the Dragon Emperor's aura was the true power of a great emperor, far surpassing them. All of you must die. The blood dragon emitted a terrifying killing intent. Then it turned into countless blood-colored dragons on its body and flew in all directions. Each blood-colored dragon stared at an expert of the Imperial God Garden and began to attack the anger above. These experts' scalps went numb. They resisted with all their strength, but they were still beaten back. Damn it, if this continued, unless they completely left the Imperial God Garden, their lives would be in danger, let alone snatching the ancient herbs. Damn it, it's so terrifying. Kunping and the others also frowned. In their opinion, they had extreme weapons. So what if it was the Dragon Emperor's tomb? They still dared to come in. But the real situation was not like that. Although they had extreme Tao weapons, they were only saints. Facing the methods in the tomb, they still couldn't resist. For example, they couldn't even control their extreme weapons now. They could only be hunted down by the anger of the Dragon Clan. Lin Xian and the others were also being hunted down, so they had to defend themselves. Lin Xian stretched out his big golden hand, which was like the palm of the sun god, and slapped forward. It hit the other party's body, and a deafening sound was heard. However, it only sent the blood dragon flying. Not long after, the blood dragon flew over again. Lin Xian frowned and roared. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed open heaven and earth. He split the blood dragon in half. He snorted coldly, but the blood dragon's shattered body healed again. It's useless. I'm formed from the anger of the dragon race. I'm immortal and indestructible. As long as the anger exists, I will exist forever. The blood dragon roared crazily. A sacred ancestor from the Golden Crow clan let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was torn apart, and countless blood-colored dragons coiled around him. In the end, he died, his body and soul destroyed. Damn it! The expressions of the other 2 Golden Crow tribes' old ancestors became incomparably ugly. As for the people in the distance, their scalps went numb. Fortunately, they ran fast. Otherwise, they would have died. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man from the twin of Destiny clan to be pierced through. Similarly, his soul was destroyed. Actually, it wasn't just them. Following that, the people from the Emperor clan also began to fall. The Gu family was still fine. They appeared and disappeared mysteriously as they fled, frantically. The Kuin Peng race and the Qilin race all had their people fall, and so did the Phoenix race. 2 experts from the Zifu sect had perished as well. The others were also heavily injured. Damn it, retreat. The 2 old ancestors of the Golden Crow clan and the people of the twin of Destiny clan quickly retreated. They couldn't snatch anymore. Even these Emperor clan members were shaken. Could it be that they also had to return? The Zifu sect gritted their teeth, unwilling to give up. If they stayed any longer, more experts on their side would die. The next few Emperor clan members also prepared to retreat. However, at this moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Not only did he not retreat, but he also walked forward again. This scene shocked everyone. What was Lin Wuti doing? Did he really think that he could fight against these blood dragons? It was useless. These blood dragons couldn't be killed. They were even more terrifying than the envoys of Mount Eternal. Seeing those people retreat, the people of the 10,000 dragons court sneered. They finally let out a sigh of relief. Next, they would use this blood dragon to chase after the others. However, when they realized that Lin Wuti didn't retreat, but instead advanced, they were furious. They were all furious. Damn it, this Lin Wuti. Every time it was because of him. This time they had to destroy him. Long Mu said to the blood dragon in the sky, "Kill him and destroy his soul." The blood-colored dragon in the sky lowered its head, and a sea of blood erupted from its eyes. It engulfed everything. He glared at Lin Xian and shouted coldly, "Dai Yuan!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. Facing the monstrous sea of blood, he struck out the heavens of the battle map to block it. The heavens of the battle map erupted and charged towards the blood-colored dragon. As for the surrounding blood dragons, they turned around and charged towards Lin Xian. They had received the order from the blood-colored dragon to destroy the other party's soul. Not good. Murong Qingqing and the others were anxious. Yan Ruyu and the Crimson Dragon charged over. They blocked some of the blood-colored dragons, but more of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Taiji diagram appeared and turned into yin and yang sword energy that swept in all directions. At the same time, he also released terrifying demonic energy and turned into a demon god to fight. Monstrous, demonic energy danced in the air. He blocked it. Damn it, it controlled his heaven-swallowing jar so that Lin Xian couldn't devour it. But now, it was very difficult for them to kill Lin Xian. Long Mu and the others gritted their teeth and roared again. The drop of dragon blood made the blood-colored dragon in the sky even more terrifying. In the end, many of the dragons turned into white bones. Their dragon blood was almost gone, but the blood dragon in the sky was extremely powerful. Lin Wuti, go to hell. This time, the blood dragon pounced over and blasted everything away. The heavens of the battle map was sent flying, the yin-yang diagram was sent flying, and the demonic energy that filled the sky was torn apart. The blood-colored dragon enveloped Lin Xian. In front of him, it turned into a sea of blood. Brother Xian, not good. Kid, run. Murong Qingcheng, the crimson dragon, and the others cried out in alarm. They also felt the power of this power. At the same time, they were sent flying by this sea of blood. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were all injured. The other members of the emperor race were the same. A few more powerhouses fell in this sea of blood. When the people outside saw this, their scalps went numb. It was over. Lin Wuti was really in danger this time. The Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was indeed terrifying. It seemed like their path had stopped here. They could no longer move forward. These people shook their heads and sighed. The people on the Divine Union's side were extremely nervous. How was Lin Xian? Even Lin Xian could feel an immense amount of pressure from this blood colossal dragon. The anger on it was really terrifying. However, he still had a trump card. He said coldly, "Do you think I won't use the heaven-swallowing jar? I can't kill you. Ridiculous. I'll kill you today." As he spoke, he roared at the sky, and the dragon-shaped sword chi on his body kept erupting. He fought against the blood-colored dragon. At the same time, he opened the sword world and began to devour the Imperial Spirit Garden. The sword chi on Lin Xian's body turned into a sea of swords. The sea of blood and the sea of swords collided, drowning everything. No one saw the opening of the sword world, but they realized that the Imperial Spirit Garden seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force. Chapter 5472. At this moment, there was no one in the Imperial God Garden. It was covered by a sea of blood and sword. But suddenly they realized that the Imperial God Garden was slowly disappearing. Damn, what was going on? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also sent flying by a force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. Long Mu was also at a loss. What kind of power was this? What was in front of him? What did Lin Wuti use? He roared crazily. However, it couldn't change anything. In the sea of blood, the blood-colored dragon was also swallowed by Lin Xian's sword world. The sword world directly swallowed the Imperial God Garden. Ancient medicines that filled the sky danced between heaven and earth. The moment they entered the sword world, the moment they entered the Four-Spirit Valley, they felt it. They exclaimed, "So many spiritual medicines, quick! Give them to us." Whitey also flew over with a swoosh. She waved her little claws and brought all the ancient herbs to the Four-Spirit Valley. At this moment, the Four-Spirit Valley became extremely mysterious. It was like a divine land. The blood-colored dragon also entered. He roared crazily. "Damn, what is this place?" Lin Xian scoffed coldly. "This is where you will die." "You want me to die?" Laughable. "I am formed from anger. If my anger isn't extinguished, I won't die." "Won't die?" Lin Xian laughed. "You are too naive and you think too highly of yourself. Outside, you might have anger and continue to provide power. In this world, your anger can't be transmitted. You only have this bit of energy, so it's easy for me to kill you." With that, Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed at the crimson dragon. The blood-colored dragon resisted, and the battle between the two shook the heavens and earth. Not long later, many sword marks appeared on the blood-colored dragon's body. He roared crazily, because he felt that there was no external anger that was provided to him. His own anger was quickly depleting. Damn it! He roared and waved his dragon claws. He wanted to tear apart the 9 heavens and escape from this place. However, the sky was terrifyingly quiet. Her peerless power couldn't cause any movement here. He didn't believe it and tried a few more times. Roaring at the sky, a sea of blood filled the sky, but it was unable to break through the void. Damn it, what's going on? What is this place? He turned around and glared at Lin Xian. Where did you take me? He roared coldly. Stupid thing. You're just condensed from anger. Yet you still dare to roar at me. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Today, I'll let you see what I can do. Anger, right? Watch me purify you. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and a flame danced between his eyebrows. Those were the runes of the divine flame. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared angrily, and the flame between his eyebrows flew out. A wisp of flame, only the size of a finger, floated in the sky and floated towards the blood-red dragon. The giant dragon was like an ancient, immemorial mountain. Comparing the two of them was like comparing a giant dragon to an ant. The crimson dragon laughed heartily. Stupid thing. Do you think this little flame is a threat to me? He didn't know the difference between life and death. He stretched out his dragon claw and slammed it forward. His expression didn't seem to care at all. However, when he came into contact with the divine flame, he screamed crazily. His dragon claw was instantly pierced through. Not only that, it quickly turned into ashes. What's going on? What kind of flame is this? The angry dragon roared crazily. He couldn't imagine. However, before he could react, the divine flame landed on his body. Then, with a boom, it turned into a sky-burning flame. These flames enveloped the crimson dragon. The crimson dragon was terrified. However, it was useless. In an instant, it turned into ashes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and the divine flame between his eyebrows slowly disappeared. He was also shocked. This was the divine flame, and it was only a divine flame seed now. It was already so terrifying. Great, when it fully matures in the future. How terrifying would it be? Lin Xian clenched his fists. He still had to continue absorbing the power in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed the 3 dragon scale fruits on the 4 Spirit Valley and the Dragon Spirit Tree. Then he swallowed them and recovered his strength. In the next moment, he walked out of the Sword World. Outside the Imperial God Garden, the sea of blood was still circling, and the sword energy was monstrous. The surrounding people were bewildered. What's going on? What's going on? At this moment, a big hand waved and split the sky in half. The sea of blood broke open, and Lin Xian walked over. Everyone looked up at the sky. They shouted in shock. Lin Wudi. He came out. He didn't die. God, what's going on? What about the Crimson Dragon? Can't even kill him? The people of the dragon race were stunned. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were even more shocked. Impossible. They roared crazily. They couldn't believe it. They were looking for the Crimson Dragon, but Lin Xian said coldly, "Stop looking. He doesn't exist anymore." What? He doesn't exist anymore? The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty couldn't believe it. Long Mu's pupils also constricted. They looked carefully, and soon their faces darkened. Because not only did the Crimson Dragon no longer exist, but the entire Imperial God Garden also didn't exist anymore. Other than the ground, there was still the earth. The ancient spirit herbs on the ground had all disappeared. Damn it, were they all taken away by Lin Wudi? The Wind Dragon race, the Thunder Dragon race, and the other Emperor clans also exclaimed. Many gazes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed coldly. You want to attack me? Think carefully. Do you want to continue? If you follow me now, you can still continue. If you attack me, don't blame me for becoming hostile and suppressing you. Also, have you forgotten how the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty treated you previously? While you were sealed, He stole your storage rings." Hearing this, the expressions of the people of the Emperor clans changed. All of them stared at the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty with unfriendly expressions. The Purple Mansion Lord snorted coldly. It was time to settle the grudge from before. The Fire Qilin clan, the Kuanping clan, and the Gu clan also stood out. Their expressions were cold. "Attack!" With a furious roar, these Emperor clans attacked. The elders of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty instantly vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Even Long Mu's blood was boiling. "You're courting death. You dare to attack us? Why wouldn't you dare?" The Purple Mansion Lord was the first to charge over. A great battle instantly erupted. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was extremely miserable. Long Mu roared angrily. Although he was powerful, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Moreover, these were all experts of the Emperor clans. He could suppress an entire Emperor clan by himself. But what about the other Emperor clans? Moreover, it was very difficult for him to kill the other party because the other party had an extreme weapon protecting them. Therefore, although he was unharmed, the experts of the dragon race beside him kept vomiting blood. They were severely injured. Damn it. Long Mu waved his hand and quickly left the Imperial God Garden with his people. "Humph, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to attack us again, don't blame us for being impolite." Qilin roared coldly. Chapter 5473. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court fled. The surrounding people snorted coldly. The other ancient families felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Divine Union sneered. How ironic. This was the tomb of the Dragon Emperor. However, the 1,000 Dragon Court was in a miserable state. Damn it. After fleeing for some distance, the people of the 1,000 Dragon Court stopped. They roared crazily. They felt aggrieved. It was really too aggrieved. When had they been treated like this? Moreover, this was their territory. However, they had no choice. They were not facing 1 or 2 great emperor families. They were facing several great emperor families. An extreme Dao weapon was not something they could resist. Unless the Dragon Emperor came back to life, no one would be able to fight against it. Long Mu clenched his teeth. He was unwilling. If he could become a great emperor, he would definitely be able to kill them. At this moment, Huanlong's voice was heard. "There is still a way. Continue forward. There is a blade in front of you. It was created by the Dragon Emperor. Activate it and you can kill those people." Hearing this, the people of the 1,000 Dragon Court were shocked. What? A weapon created by the Dragon Emperor? Could it be an extreme Dao weapon? The 1,000 Dragon Court had 2 extreme Dao weapons. They were excited. Huanlong's voice was heard. She said no. This blade was called the God-slaying blade. It was created by the Dragon Emperor before he became a great emperor. Although it was not an extreme Dao weapon, it was still a very terrifying weapon. Moreover, she stayed by the Dragon Emperor's side all year round. Even after the Dragon Emperor became a great emperor, she did not give up. Later on, this blade was buried in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It carried a lot of the Dragon Emperor's aura, so it was very powerful. The Imperial God Garden was destroyed and the array was damaged. "I can't help you. I can only tell you this much." Huanlong's voice slowly disappeared. "Lord Long Mu, what should we do?" The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court looked at Long Mu. Long Mu said, "Of course, we have to fight back. We will awaken the God-slaying blade and kill those people." These people quickly moved forward. There was an ancient altar in front of them. There are countless chains on it that sealed a long blade. The blade was blood red as if it was made of blood jade. When they arrived, they felt their scalps go numb. What a terrifying blood aura. This was true fury, the fury of the Dragon Emperor. They were terrified. "Use our dragon blood to break the seal on the God-slaying saber and awaken it." Long Mu and the others dripped their dragon blood once more. The dragon blood on each of them turned into fist-sized drops. He flew forward. Fusing with the chains above, The chains made clanking sounds. Then he slowly opened it. The god-slaying saber was also shaking nonstop, letting out a cry. Then a dragon's roar pierced through the clouds. An entire world seemed to have been split into two. Not good. Retreat quickly. Long Mu and the others quickly retreated, pushing them to the edge. He dodged the attack. The entire tomb shook violently. Near the Imperial Divine Garden, those people who were still resting and waiting felt this aura. Their expressions changed as they raised their heads and looked around. The aura came from the front. What a terrifying aura. It seemed that some kind of treasure had appeared. Great, this aura is very strong. Let's go and take a look. The people of the Z government took the lead and rushed over. The people of the Kuanpung clan and the Kirin clan also followed. The remote antiquity families couldn't wait any longer. The people of the Divine Union were also curious. What was it? They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. It seemed like something was threatening him. It made his heart beat wildly. "Brother Xian, what's wrong?" Morong Qingqing asked. Lin Xian shook his head. "Nothing. Maybe it's just an illusion. Let's go and take a look." The people of the Divine Union also set off. They were very fast. Before long, they saw a vast cave in front of them. There was an ancient altar there. It was dark red in color. A saber stood on top of it, and the chains around it had fallen to the ground. There were ancient and mysterious runes on it. Look at that saber. What a terrifying aura. A peerless divine saber. If they could get it, their combat strength would definitely increase. Why did it feel like an extreme weapon? They didn't expect such a good saber to be hidden in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Exclamations were heard one after another. Everyone's eyes turned red. They couldn't help but take action. The Fire Qilin took the lead and flew out. At this moment, the old sword of the Purple Mansion, Sect, waved his broken sword and cut off the Fire Qilin's path. Kuan Pingzi's wings appeared on his back and he attacked. However, Mansion Master Z took action and stopped him. The Void family, the Golden Crow family, the people of the Twin Destiny family took action. If they could obtain such a peerless blade, the strength of their side would greatly increase. They could suppress the others. In the process of finding this treasure, it would be very advantageous. No one was willing to give up. A great battle broke out in an instant. Previously, these people had joined forces to resist the Mirage Dragon. However, they were now fighting on their own. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He stared at the blood-red saber. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of danger. His heartbeat had been caused by this saber. The blood qi on the saber was too terrifying. It carried a monstrous anger, like the anger of a god. He didn't know where the anger came from, but it made his hair stand on end. Therefore, he didn't make a move. He also secretly warned the people around him not to make a move and to be on guard at all times in case any accidents happened. When the others saw that Lin Xian didn't make a move, they were even more delighted. They felt that this was an excellent opportunity. As a result, the battle became even more intense. However, at this moment, the blood-red saber suddenly erupted, drawing a blood-red light. It directly charged forward. In an instant, the old sword of the Purple Mansion Sect was pierced through, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. He spat out blood and retreated. The blood-red saber didn't stop. After piercing through the old sword, it attacked again. The Fire Qilin's expression changed drastically. "Damn it, get lost." He struck out with his Qilin arm, connecting heaven and earth. However, the Qilin arm was also pierced through. The Qilin sun's blood stained the sky. He screamed and fell from the sky. "Your Highness!" The eyes of the Qilin clan's elders instantly turned red. They shouted angrily and struck out with the Qilin divine furnace to defend. They quickly protected the Qilin sun. If the emperor died here, they couldn't bear it. Kuan Pingzi's pupils constricted as he used his yin-yang speed to dodge. He dodged. However, The two elders of the Qilin clan were pierced through. Other than them, the Golden Crow clan, the Longevity Hall, and even the Phoenix clan were injured. In an instant, more than a dozen experts were pierced through. Everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of saber was that? It was too terrifying. Even the powerful divine ancestor and Emperor's son couldn't do anything to it. Chapter 5474. Countless people looked at this scene in horror. No one could suppress Bing Quangdao, unless they used an extreme weapon. Great, let's see how they die. In the corner, the people from the Thousand Dragon Court sneered when they saw this. At the same time, they were excited. The god-slaying blade was indeed strong. No one among the sages could match it. Not even the sacred leader could. After the god-slaying blade pierced through more than 10 elites, the light on it became even more terrifying. The blood-red light was extremely demonic. There was even sacred blood dripping from it continuously. Every time it fell, it would pierce through heaven and earth. Then it shook as if it was very happy. With a slash, a huge blade radiance swept across heaven and earth. No, an elder from the Wind tribe was instantly split into two, and his soul was destroyed. With another slash, the body of an elite from the Stone tribe was split open and no longer existed. In the blink of an eye, 6 sacred tribe members had fallen and blood stained the sky. The light of the god-slaying blade became even more demonic. Retreat, retreat quickly. Everyone was terrified and retreated quickly. Although they had experienced countless dangers before, such as the first hall, the second hall, the powerful dragon tribe, and the terrifying mirage dragon, they had never seen anything like this before. The blood-red blade in front of them was incomparably terrifying. The other party was cold and emotionless. It wasn't a human, it was just a weapon. Everyone retreated, no one daring to have any thoughts about the blood-red blade. The blood-red blade kept swaying. Then, as if it had sensed something, it stared in a certain direction. Then the blade slashed down. Not good. The people from the Divine Union were so frightened that they almost fainted. The god-slaying blade was slashing towards them. The Crimson Dragon and the others exclaimed, "Damn, this is too demonic. Why is it coming towards us?" Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He knew that the god-slaying blade wasn't coming for the Divine Union, but him. He snorted and took out the heaven-devouring jar to block it. With a clang, the heaven-devouring jar used a black vortex to block the shocking blade radiance. Lin Xian's face darkened. Although he had blocked it, his blood was boiling. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that saber was. The people from the Divine Union were also forced back. Lin Xian said, "Retreat." They all retreated, and the god-slaying saber was pushed back. Then he became even more terrifying. Another slash came. This time he directly rushed down. It wasn't a saber light, but the body of the war god saber. He attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed, instantly dodging the attack. However, the god-slaying saber was relentless and continued to chase after him. The surrounding people were all stunned. What was going on? The saber was staring at Lin Wuti. Previously, although many of them had been injured and some had even died, they could tell that the god-slaying saber did not have a specific target. Whoever was close to him would be attacked. But now it was completely different. No matter how Lin Xian dodged, the god-slaying saber followed him closely. This was completely targeted at Lin Xian. Could it be that this kid had obtained too many of the Dragon Monarch's treasures? These people had strange expressions on their faces. Zifu and the others sneered again. It seemed like this brat was going to be unlucky. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty snorted coldly. They walked out and laughed. Lin Wuti, today is the day you die. Damn it. The people from the Divine Union gritted their teeth. Lin Xian had used the heaven-devouring jar to resist the god-slaying saber. He frowned. When he heard Wan Longchao's words, he snorted coldly. "Do you know why he wants to kill me?" Long Mu sneered. "Isn't it because you deserve to die? You killed the Dragon Prince and behaved atrociously in the Dragon Monarch's tomb. It's normal for him to kill you. Lin Xian said. Stupid thing, let me tell you. 90,000 years ago, an expert from the Lin family slapped the dragon monarch's face. The dragon monarch could have become a great emperor earlier, but because of the Lin family's expert, he became a great emperor later. That was why he was so angry. He built the imperial god garden and created the god-slaying saber. Do you understand now? Lin Xian's voice rang out. The surrounding people were stunned. What? 90,000 years ago, the dragon monarch was slapped in the face. And it was a ruthless slap in the face. That was impossible. Damn brat, what are you talking about? The people from the dragon tribe were instantly enraged. The eyes of the people from the 10,000 dragon dynasty were red. They were filled with killing intent. Kneel down and apologize to our dragon monarch. Lin Xian, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed out loud. Apologize? I'm telling the truth. He didn't say that it was him because the power of time had always been the most mysterious. This was his super trump card. However, just a person from the Lin family was enough to shock countless people. Wasn't this Lin Xian an itinerant cultivator? Did his family already exist 90,000 years ago? He even slapped the dragon monarch's face. Did his family also produce a great emperor? No way. Who exactly was this Lin Xian? Countless people were shocked. The people from the emperor family also frowned. The people from the purple mansion snorted coldly. What nonsense. The people from the Gu family also didn't believe that the other party had such ability. What a joke. However, after the dragon-slaying saber heard this, it shook violently. It was like an angry beast, letting out waves of dragon roars. This sound was earth-shattering, and a sea of blood spread out from its body. The killing intent was 10 times stronger than before. Why are you angry? Do you really think that you can kill gods just because you're called the god-slaying saber? Today, I'll turn you into scrap metal. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with an extremely cold light. The surrounding people all went crazy. The change of the god-slaying saber was enough to prove that Lin Xian was not lying. What kind of terrifying existence was the Lin family that had shocked them? They actually suppressed the dragon monarch 90,000 years ago. No, the people from the 10,000 dragon dynasty were even crazier. Their eyes were filled with despair. Long Mu was so angry that he vomited blood. In their eyes, the dragon monarch was a supreme existence. He was a godlike existence. The dragon monarch had never been defeated in his life. He had fought all the way and crushed all living beings to become a supreme great emperor. How could he be slapped in the face? I don't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took the initiative to attack. Endless demonic energy condensed, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. The moment he appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were collapsing. Lin Xian used the illusion demon scripture to the extreme. The demonic shadow reached out a black hand and grabbed forward. At the same time, Lin Xian used the heavens battle map and kept attacking the god-slaying saber. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle, blocking the terrifying saber light of the god-slaying saber. The demonic hand of the illusion demon scripture grabbed the god-slaying saber. The god-slaying saber kept roaring, as if it had turned into a giant dragon that wanted to escape. However, he had underestimated this demonic shadow. This demonic shadow was related to the demon monarch and was extremely mysterious. No matter how strong the god-slaying saber was, it was not an extreme weapon. He only had the dragon monarch's aura, so he was still suppressed. Scram! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. The endless light on the god-slaying saber condensed into an illusion. It was a man. He was tall and looked down on the world. The moment he appeared, he trampled all over. At this moment, everyone wanted to kneel down and submit. Chapter 5475. Could this phantom be the Dragon Emperor? The people of the dragon race knelt on the ground. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Dynasty were also excited. This was their ancestor. The Dragon Emperor was indeed a celestial being. The other monarch race people were also shocked. The Dragon Emperor's phantom had also appeared. It seemed that this blade status was definitely extraordinary. It should be the blade that stayed by the Dragon Emperor's side all year round. This blade was extremely terrifying. It had the aura of an emperor. It was very difficult for Lin Wudy to completely suppress it. As expected, when the Dragon Emperor's phantom appeared, a monstrous emperor's aura swept in all directions. Everyone was shaken until their blood was boiling. The monarch race people took out extreme Dao weapons to block. Lin Xian also took out the heaven-swallowing jar. It floated above his head. An endless black vortex swallowed this emperor's aura. His face also turned pale, and his eyes stared straight ahead. It was him. He recognized this person. 90,000 years ago, Lin Xian hadn't seen him, but Lin Xian could still recognize this voice. It was Long Xiaotian. Die! After the Dragon Emperor's phantom appeared, he roared angrily. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The earth aura on his body condensed into a finger and cut towards Lin Xian. When the emperor was angry, no one could defeat him. If the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, he would definitely die. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Was Lin Wudy dead? The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were so happy that they were about to cry. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his hands. The illusion demon scripture was even more terrifying. The demonic shadow behind him also slowly rotated. Humph! It seemed to let out a cold snort. Instantly, the 9 heavens collapsed. Everyone was sent flying again. The extreme Dao weapons also shook. The extreme Dao aura on them filled the air. The surrounding people went crazy. This voice was like heavenly thunder. What exactly was this phantom? The phantom blocked the Dragon Emperor's phantom. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Previously, this demonic shadow could only come out and use some divine abilities. But now it let out a sound which shocked him. Would the illusion demon scripture be exchanged for a real demon in the end? The Dragon Emperor's phantom was astonished. He stared at the demonic figure with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. He could also feel that Mo Ing also had the aura of a great emperor. This should be the power of another great emperor. The two of them confronted each other as if 2 great emperors had been resurrected. The 2 great emperors wouldn't be in the same era. They were facing off against each other after countless years. The 2 forces continued to erupt, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also terrified. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such power. Could it be that he still couldn't kill him? Lin Xian also frowned. Although he had blocked the other party, he was not satisfied. His goal was to kill the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Xian formed a seal with his hands, and a flame appeared between his eyebrows once more. The power of the seed of divine fire. Although the divine flame seed was still growing, Lin Xian had no choice but to use this power. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of flame flew out from his glabella. The flame of the divine flame floated forward and charged towards the Dragon Emperor. Sensing this power, the Dragon Emperor's face darkened. "Ant you dare to attack me?" He waved his sleeve, and the supreme status rushed over. However, the flame didn't disappear. Instead, it pierced through his sleeve and charged towards him. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and an extremely sharp, killing intent erupted from his eyes. "It's you!" At this moment, the entire Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb seemed to be about to shatter. What kind of anger was this? Everyone was stunned. It was because of Lin Xian's ancestor. Had he ever fought against the Dragon Emperor? How would they know? It wasn't Lin Xian's ancestor at all. It was Lin Xian. He had crossed 90,000 years and slapped the Dragon Emperor in the face. The aura in front of them was just a phantom. It was some power condensed by the dragon-slaying saber after following the Dragon Emperor for many years. The great emperor was too mysterious. Lin Xian now knew more than others. His younger brother didn't belong to the mortal world. He was a power that surpassed the mortal world. He walked the divine path and the immortal path. Would such a person die so easily? Even if such a person died, he would probably have endless means. For example, the demonic shadow behind him and the current Dragon Emperor Phantom. The great emperor's means were not what others could imagine. Therefore, although it wasn't the real Dragon Emperor, he still recognized Lin Xian in an instant. 90,000 years ago, Dragon Xiaotian participated in the dragon transformation battle and won first place. Countless people thought highly of him. He even wanted to accept the divine flame seed and become a member of the divine path. However, when he entered the divine path, he was hit by a force. The other party even scolded him and told him to get lost. At that time, he felt that it was the power of a ball of flame. It was extremely terrifying. Now he finally felt the same power again. He stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Was it this brat? That incident back then had always been a great humiliation to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built the god-slaying saber. Later on, he even had a shocking battle with the divine path. Lin Xian didn't know that. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He used all his strength to activate the divine flame seed and extinguish it. At the same time, the demonic shadow behind him also attacked. These two super powerful forces fought against the Dragon Emperor's phantom. The Dragon Emperor was suppressed. In the end, his phantom turned into a sea of blood and disappeared again. No, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court knelt on the ground. The others were also stunned. Was the Dragon Emperor phantom suppressed? Although it was just a phantom and not the real Dragon Emperor, it was still hard to believe. Lin Wudi also had the power of a great emperor. That demonic shadow was definitely related to the demon emperor. As for that ball of flame, what was it? Was it the flame of a great emperor? They didn't know. However, when the flame appeared, it made their hair stand on end. After defeating the Dragon Emperor Phantom, Lin Xian attacked the god-slaying saber. The god-slaying saber shook violently and roared in anger, trying to escape. However, Lin Xian was firmly suppressing his opponent. At this moment, the dragon's sword soul rushed out and directly struck the god-slaying saber. It turned into a dragon shadow and coiled around the other party. Then, the dragon head roared and began to absorb the power of the god-slaying saber. Damn it, how dare you! The people of the Thousand Dragon Court were furious. Long Mu held an extreme weapon and instantly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted and blocked with the heaven-devouring jar. However, the heaven-devouring jar was half an extreme weapon after all. He was actually forced back. His expression changed. Murong Qingqing and the others wanted to attack, but they were a step too late. The 10,000 dragons diagram charged over and enveloped the dragon's sword soul. The dragon's sword soul roared at the sky. It waved its dragon claws, and an invincible power erupted. Cracks appeared on Long Mu's body, and he retreated. The 10,000 dragons diagram also flew into the distance. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian was surprised. The dragon's sword soul was becoming more and more extraordinary. Now, it could already contend against an extreme weapon. The others were even more shocked. The dragon sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. It was incomparably mysterious. They didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Chapter 5476. Even the people of the Emperor race didn't understand what grade of weapon the 5 swords of the world were. In fact, the great emperor only left behind a few words, saying that he couldn't see through it. This shocked everyone. They guessed that it should be at the level of an extreme Dao weapon. However, it was different from an extreme Dao weapon, because the inheritors of the 5 swords of the world could all grow from being weak. And extreme Dao weapons were all extreme Dao power, eternal existences. Just as everyone was in a daze, a cracking sound suddenly sounded in front of them. It was as if everyone's hearts had split into two. What's going on? They looked up and gasped in the next moment. The people of the dragon race were also stunned. The god-slaying saber was dim and cracks appeared in some places. Boom! This process didn't last long. With a final boom, the god-slaying saber shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, completely turning into scrap metal. Looking at this scene, everyone went crazy. This was the saber of the great emperor. It was second only to an extreme Dao weapon, and it even had the Dragon Emperor's wrath. How terrifying! But now it had actually become scrap metal. Lin Xian's words had really become reality. The great dragon, sword soul, roared in the air. It became more and more corporeal, as if it had transformed into a real divine dragon. It was very terrifying. After circling for a while, it turned into a sword shadow and flew back into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian felt that the invincible power he controlled had become stronger again. At the same time, he had a feeling. Although the great dragon sword soul didn't say anything, Lin Xian felt that the great dragon sword soul was desperate for power now. It seemed that after obtaining a kind of power, the great dragon sword soul would undergo some unexpected changes. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He clenched his fists and continued to set off. Whether it was for the great dragon sword soul or the divine fire seed, he had to continue. Its body slowly descended and landed on the ground. It looked in all directions. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. The young man in front of them had already grown to a point where they couldn't understand him. They even felt that he was incomparably mysterious. It seemed that they could only look up to him in the future. The land of the Kuan Peng and the fire Qilin gritted their teeth. They were unwilling to accept this, because this felt like they were facing a great emperor. Were they inferior? Despite possessing the strongest bloodline, they were still no match for the other party. Lin Xian walked forward and arrived at the ancient altar. A hand pressed down on the altar and spun it forcefully. Kacha! The altar rotated and a wall behind it slowly opened up, forming a passageway. He took the lead and walked in, followed by the people from the Divine Union. Let's go as well. The Z Mansion and Gu families people were feeling a bit down. They were really shocked by Lin Xian, especially the people from the Z Mansion. They were gnashing their teeth. The leader of the Z government clenched his fists. Lin Wudi, I won't let you off, the old sword maestro said in a low voice as he clutched his wound. The Triple Crown King should be waking up soon. I'm afraid we can't beat Lin Wudi now. Only the Triple Crown can suppress him, or even kill him. The Purple Mansion Lord nodded. Before we came here, we gave the order to revive the Triple Crown King. It should be about time now. After getting out of here, the Triple Crown Champion should be able to recover completely. At that time, he would not give Lin Wudi a chance to kill him. When the people from the surrounding families heard this, they gasped. Was the Triple Crown King about to recover? One had to know that Lin Xian and the others were only Double Crown Kings now, yet they were already so terrifying. How terrifying was the Triple Crown King? This was an extremely rare existence in the past. Who was stronger, Lin Xian or the Triple Crown King? These people were looking forward to it. However, they also knew that if they wanted to fight, they would have to leave the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. How dangerous was this place? Whether or not they could leave safely was still an unknown. Lin Xian and the others led the way. After walking for about a day, they stopped. The people behind them were also puzzled. Had they arrived? They did not know what kind of existence the Protector would be this time. Needless to say, it would definitely be more terrifying than the Dragon Blade. Lin Xian stopped. His brows were tightly knitted together, and he was even a little surprised. The surrounding people from the Divine Union were dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was really unbelievable. There was a figure standing in front of them. He was indomitable, as if he was a god standing there. He was holding a long spear in his hand. He was mighty and extraordinary, just like a mighty god. Everyone seemed insignificant under his feet. There were a total of 7 people like him. However, everyone felt very strange. To be exact, they only saw one. It was the one holding the long spear. The other 6 had disappeared. However, everyone was sure that the other 6 had definitely existed. This was because there were 6 black holes beside this giant. They did not know what had pierced through them. They were directly connected to the depths. Through the black hole, Lin Xian could see that there was an ancient coffin floating within it. The information on the ancient coffin was really terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Could that be the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin? No way. They had found the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin just like that. Yanruyu and the others were also shocked. It was much faster than they had imagined. When the people who had rushed over saw the scene, they were also shocked. Had the Dragon Emperor's coffin appeared? The Emperor race people were shocked too. However, they frowned. That was not right. It couldn't have been so fast. Normally, there was still a long way to go, but now 6 tunnels had been opened up. Who did it? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty went crazy. Who would dare to attack in the Dragon Flower ancient tomb? They stared around and then at Lin Xian. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. Trash? Couldn't they tell that this was done countless years ago? Long Mu gritted his teeth. Naturally, he knew. Countless years ago, who came to the Dragon Emperor's tomb and even pierced through this place. Where did the other 6 giants go? This was all a mystery. No one knew. Even the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty didn't know. This was because there had never been any records of this. At this moment, the experts of the rock race exclaimed. Could it be that these 7 giants were the legendary 7 dragon generals? 7 dragon generals. Everyone was shocked. The people of the Gu clan also gasped. Elder Gu said, it was said that there were 7 experts under the Dragon Emperor who were his followers. They grew along with him. In the end, the Dragon Emperor became an emperor, while these 7 followers became quasi-emperors. They were very terrifying. They swept through everything. They were the Dragon Emperor's most capable assistants. When they heard this, the people from the clan of the Ancients and the Divine Union were stunned. 7 dragon generals, 7 quasi-emperors. Was this the work of an emperor? He was too strong. His subordinates were all quasi-emperors. These people looked at the only giant in front of them and sighed. A quasi-emperor was standing in front of them. However, they were puzzled. Where did the other 6 quasi-emperors go? Who took them away? Moreover, they were able to pierce through the Dragon Flower ancient tomb. The other party's target was the Dragon Emperor? Chapter 5477. The scene in front of them shocked them. However, they were also excited. Although the 6 dragon generals had disappeared, the Spirit Formation Passage had been opened. They could now see the Dragon Phoenix's ancient coffin. This meant that they could also reach it directly. To be honest, they had never thought that they would see the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. After all, this was the Great Earth Emperor's ancient coffin. Buried inside was a great emperor. He was an existence that could sweep through the universe. They didn't dare to face him directly. In fact, even Lin Xian was surprised. He had come to find the treasure this time, but he didn't plan to go all the way. He didn't want to offend a great emperor. However, the situation now was beyond his expectations. Perhaps he could really open the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin to take a look. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he looked at the Emperor race. The Emperor race knew more about great emperors than them. A few of them were discussing. Their eyes were shining. In the end, they decided to go and take a look. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Even if there was danger, they had extreme weapons and could leave safely. Damn it! How dare you disrespect the Dragon Emperor? Hearing these people's plan, the people from the 1,000 Dragon Court gritted their teeth. They were filled with killing intent. The Gu family elder laughed. Don't be agitated. It's not disrespect. We just want to take a closer look at the Dragon Emperor. That's right, the people from the Purple Mansion also laughed. Friends from the 1,000 Dragon Court, I advise you not to stop them. Otherwise, there will be an extreme battle here. I'm afraid the Dragon Emperor will be affected. Damn it! How dare you threaten us? Long Mu and the others gritted their teeth. They didn't believe that these people had the strength to open the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. However, they felt uncomfortable if they got close. After all, everyone below the Great Emperor was an ant. Now that a group of ants wanted to challenge the Great Earth Emperor, how could they tolerate it? However, the Gu family and the Purple Mansion didn't care about the 1,000 Dragon Court's thoughts. They joined forces and walked towards the passage. These people were excited and ecstatic. When the people from the Divine Union saw this, they also took a deep breath. Let's go too. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws. They couldn't fall behind. At the moment when everyone was preparing to enter the tunnel that had been opened, the 7th giant that had been standing beside them the entire time suddenly moved. Endless rumbling sounds came from his body. It was as if he had come back to life. Boom! A huge foot stepped out and landed in front of the 6 tunnels, pressing down. It was like an ancient mountain. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! They quickly retreated and dodged the attack. The entire ancient tomb shook violently. Morning mist filled the air and cracks spread all over. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Was he alive? The 7th Dino General had actually revived and stopped them. No one can stop us. The people of the Gu family roared and used their void divine ability to quickly rush forward. The Fire Qilin and the Kuan Peng race also attacked at the same time. However, with a sweep of the long spear, these people were all sent flying. The Monarch clan expert spat out large mouthfuls of blood, his face full of fear. The experts of the Golden Crow tribe also roared. A quasi-emperor! This is a quasi-emperor. The others also felt their scalps go numb. That's right. The 7 great dragon generals were all boundary emperors. 6 of them had disappeared, but they would not be able to stop the remaining one. Impossible, Kuan Pengzi was shocked. Even the great emperors couldn't survive. How could a boundary emperor like him still be alive? The people of the Gu family also said, could it be that he was also a puppet? The moment these words were said, everyone was terrified. Even a boundary emperor had become a puppet? Was this the method of a great emperor? It was too heaven-defying. I, the 7th Dragon General under the Dragon Emperor, guard the Dragon Emperor tomb. No one is allowed to enter. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. A loud and clear voice sounded. At this moment, everyone's expression became ugly. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court clapped their hands and laughed. That's great, Lord Dragon General. Please kill these people. These people dared to challenge the Dragon Emperor. They will definitely die. Dragon General, why don't you kill them and use their blood to illuminate the dragon race? These people raised their arms and shouted. The others were as if they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, what should they do? If not for these 6 tunnels, they might have been in despair. They wouldn't have gone. But now, they had already seen the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. How could they be willing to give up? However, facing a boundary emperor, they really had no choice. Even if they used extreme weapons, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also had several sets of weapons, and a quasi-emperor used an extreme weapon. If a boundary emperor used extreme weapons, even if they were inferior in numbers, their power would still be far superior. Furthermore, the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin was in the distance. If the extreme weapons overturned the ancient coffin and the Dragon Emperor's corpse appeared, no one would be able to withstand it. Some people said, look ahead. Apart from the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin, there are no other treasures. Why don't we go back? Yes, there is no point in risking our lives here. Let's go back and take a look at the previous big shops. There might be some treasures left behind. These people wanted to leave. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He wanted to leave. Truth be told, he didn't want these people to leave. The Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was too dangerous. He had to bring these Emperor race people with him. Because of the danger, If several emperor weapons were to erupt at the same time, they would be able to resist. If these people left, the divine union's strength wouldn't be able to resist. Therefore, he said, leave? What a pity. The Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin is right in front. Think about it. Even if the Dragon Emperor didn't leave anything else behind, the Dragon Emperor's ancient scripture would definitely be there. Don't you want the inheritance of a great emperor? The moment these words were spoken, those people stopped in their tracks and their eyes turned red. How could they not want the inheritance of a great emperor? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court sneered. The inheritance of a great emperor is good, but do you have the life to enjoy it? That belongs to the dragon race. You don't have the right. Who says you don't have the right? Do you have the right to fight? Lin Xian stepped forward. He said, let's work together and suppress this 7th dragon general. Then we can go. At that time, we will have a great chance of obtaining the Dragon Emperor ancient scripture. Everyone, could it be that you really don't want it? If you work together with us, we can share the Dragon Emperor ancient scripture. The people from the Emperor race were also tempted. If their great Emperor race clans obtained another ancient scripture, their strength would increase exponentially. It would reach an unbelievable level. However, Kunpingzi frowned. It is a quasi-emperor. We can't defeat it at all. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court snorted coldly. They had already taken out the 10,000 dragon diagram. At the crucial moment, they would give the 10,000 dragon diagram to the 7th dragon general and let him sweep through the land. However, Lin Xian said, we can't defeat a quasi-emperor. What if he isn't a quasi-emperor? What if he is a quasi-emperor like us? The moment these words came out, the others were stunned. Same realm? How could that be? His cultivation was real. Who could change it? Chapter 5478. You guys can't do it, but I can. Lin Xian's voice rang out, causing an uproar among the Emperor race people. What was going on? Lin Wudi, don't talk nonsense. Fire Qilin gritted his teeth, and the others frowned. You have a way. Mansion Master, Z, snorted coldly. Lin Xian said, I have a way. We all have extreme weapons in our hands. One extreme weapon might not be enough. However, with so many weapons together, we can definitely build an extreme realm. Then we can suppress the power of laws inside and suppress his cultivation to the great sage level. This way, he wouldn't be undefeatable. As soon as these words were said, the hearts of the other Emperor race people jumped wildly. Would they also build an extreme realm? To be honest, it was a bold idea. They had seen an extreme realm before, and it was built with extreme weapons. Of course, they knew that it was definitely the work of an emperor back then. None of them were emperors now. They were all sacred lords. However, they had extreme weapons in their hands. If it was just temporarily building a spatial domain, it was still fine. Kunpingzi nodded. Let's do it. I agree too. The Gu family also stood out. Next, all the Emperor race people agreed. This was a good opportunity. Buzz. An extreme weapon flew out. Lin Xian sighed, and the divine unions, people sent out the desolate tower together. Lin Xian had 3 extreme weapons, but he didn't use all of them. He wanted to preserve his strength. This was also the reason why he joined forces with these Emperor race people. With the strength that the divine union had, they definitely wouldn't be able to reach the end. They needed the help of these Emperor race people. Between heaven and earth, extreme aura filled the air, forming an extreme realm that descended. It enveloped the sub-emperor. The 7th dragon general roared as the spear in his hand danced. It was enough to pierce the sky. However, this was an extreme weapon after all. It was too powerful, and he was gradually being suppressed. Damn it! The dragon race people's expressions turned ugly. Long Mu roared angrily, how dare you! Hurry up and activate your extreme weapons. They unleashed their extreme weapons with all their might to block the attack. However, there were too many extreme weapons in the sky, and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty couldn't do anything. "Lord Dragon General, please receive the extreme weapons." These people quickly used the 10,000 dragon picture to block. Long Jiang raised his head and roared. He pointed his spear and caught the 10,000 dragons picture. Then the 10,000 dragon spike exploded with boundless power, fighting against the space in the sky. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Next, they began to suppress each other. Sure enough, the 7th Dragon General was gradually being suppressed under the combined efforts of everyone. The laws on his body were suppressed, and his aura dropped. However, he was still a quasi-emperor. This made everyone despair. What to do? Even an apex weapon couldn't completely suppress him? From the looks of it, we can trap them, but we can't leave. These people were anxious. What Lin Wuti imagined did not happen. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He naturally knew that the power of an extreme-grade weapon alone might not be enough to completely suppress the Dragon King. After all, the other party was a Dragon General, a quasi-emperor. This was also an important place for the Dragon Clan. However, he still had one more treasure that he had not used, and that was the Sword World. Lin Xian would not completely open the Sword World and display it in front of these people. However, he would release the aura of the Sword World, causing the power of the Sword World to surge into the extreme Dao space. This way, it was equivalent to him making a world projection. He believed that with the mysterious power of the Sword World, he could definitely suppress the other party and make them fall below the quasi-emperor level. Following that, a black vortex appeared on Lin Xian's body, covering everything. No one saw him activate the Sword World, so they all thought that Lin Xian had used the heaven-swallowing jar again. The power of the Sword World surged out and poured into the extreme Dao space in front of him. The extreme Dao space shook for a moment and then became incomparably mysterious. The illusion of a dreamy world seemed to appear, and Lin Xian directly rushed in. It stood there, facing the tall and godlike 7th Dragon General. He was still not afraid. "Suppress me." His angry roar was like a clap of thunder. "Useless Lin Wuti. A quasi-emperor is not someone you can challenge." Long Mu snorted coldly. The 7th Dragon General roared crazily. However, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, right? "But here, I am the ruler of heaven and earth. Listen to my orders, suppress." The laws on the 7th Dragon General's body were gradually suppressed, and he fell below the quasi-emperor level. Sensing the scene, everyone was overjoyed. He did it, Lin Wuti really did it. The people of the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court went crazy. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Long Mu also shook his head crazily. How could the quasi-emperor realm fall? Even if it was suppressed by an extreme Dao weapon, it was still impossible. How did this kid do it? As expected of the power of the Sword World, just a world projection was already so terrifying. Lin Xian also knew that this was all thanks to the Emperor race's extreme Dao weapons. Otherwise, even if he placed this quasi-emperor into the Sword World, it would be very difficult to completely defeat him. A true quasi-emperor was too strong. Lin Xian had a quasi-emperor corpse, so he knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor's power was. That was an existence that had condensed an immortal chi seed or a divine fire seed. But now, Lin Xian had the confidence to fight against the other party. In a battle of the same level, he had never been afraid of anyone. However, Lin Xian was now a Saint Lord, and this Dragon General was only suppressed to the sacred ancestor realm. No one could suppress it anymore. No, Lin Wuti couldn't suppress it to the Saint Lord realm. We don't have much strength. We still have to leave some to protect ourselves. Kuan Peng Zi shouted. Lin Xian nodded. Although the sacred ancestor was a realm higher than him, he could still contend against him. He said that it was enough. "You guys maintain this space. I will defeat him." A cold light burst out from his eyes. A quasi-emperor whose realm was suppressed was also the 7th Dragon General, the Dragon Emperor's most capable assistant. He also wanted to see how terrifying such a person was. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight with such a person. Lin Xian didn't want to miss it. Was Lin Wuti going to make a move? Countless people exclaimed. But thinking about it, Lin Wuti's battle strength was too strong. The Thunder Dragon of the first hall and the Heavenly Battle Dragon of the second hall. The Mirage Dragon and the God-slaying Saber were both broken by him. Therefore, facing the 7th Dragon General now, he would probably have to make a move. Everyone watched the battle nervously. The 7th Dragon General lowered his head, looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Aunt, do you think that you can contend against me just because you've suppressed my laws? Naive. Today I will let you know. I have the power of the dragon race." As he spoke, his body slowly shrank, and he turned into a normal person. In the next moment, a spear pierced over. It lit up the world, turning into an eternal light. Everyone was shocked. Even if the 7th Dragon General was suppressed, the power he displayed was far beyond theirs. It was not something a sacred ancestor could resist. Chapter 5479. The 7th Dragon General was enraged. As the Dragon Emperor's subordinate, he only admired the Dragon Emperor and treated everyone else like ants. Now, a mere great sage dared to challenge him? He couldn't take it. The spear pierced over, turning into a ray of light that made countless people feel despair. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had to admit that the 7th Dragon General was too strong. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he was still invincible. Demonic aura surged from his body as he took out the Great Destruction Spear and threw it out. The black spear seemed to have turned into black lightning with monstrous power. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Immediately, cracks appeared in the extreme path space, shocking everyone. This was a space condensed by the aura of the extreme Tao. If a crack could appear, one could imagine how terrifying the power of the two was. After one blow, the two were evenly matched and faced each other again. The people of the Divine Union cheered. Great! Boss Lin was invincible. The 7th Dragon General was no match for Boss Lin if he wasn't a boundary emperor. Let's see how our Boss Lin will torture him. These people cheered excitedly. On the other side, the people of the 1,000 Dragon Court gritted their teeth. Could Lin Wuti block it? That was impossible. Long Mu said, "Don't worry. The strength of the 7th Dragon General was beyond his imagination. Just wait, Lin Wuti would regret it." He knew that a boundary emperor was an existence that surpassed the sage realm and had a power that sages didn't have. That power was what he had been pursuing, but he could only feel it. But he couldn't condense it. The 7th Dragon General had definitely condensed it. Although the laws were suppressed, the power was still there. How could Lin Wuti block it? Therefore, he was extremely confident. This was just the beginning. In front, the two stopped after one blow and attacked again. The dragon spear of the 7th Dragon General struck out continuously, forming a series of spear gleams that connected together like countless waves. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Every blow could easily kill a divine ancestor. Lin Xian roared as the Great Destruction Spear danced. He used the Demon Emperor Mystique, Demon God Light. The sky was filled with black light that pierced through the 9 heavens. At the same time, he used the Demon God Seal and Demon God Finger, Demon Overture. All kinds of monarch skills emerged one after another. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Fortunately, there was a space constructed by an extreme weapon. Otherwise, the surrounding people would have long been torn to pieces by this power. Amidst the boundless light, Lin Xian suddenly roared, "The heavenly Tao of Samsara." After using Rinnegan last time, Lin Xian has already closed his Rinnegan. With the rapid recovery, he gained a lot of power, so the Rinnegan was restored again. It could be activated now. A giant hand appeared in the sky and pressed down from the sky. It was like the hand of a god, and it slammed down on the head of the 7th Dragon General. The 7th Dragon General's soul shook. In the next moment, he roared at the sky. Scram! The dragon roared and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. It collided with the hand of the heavens. The battle between the two was extremely shocking. After blocking Lin Xian's sole attack, the seventh dragon general's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Dragon in the sky. Suddenly, a spear thrust out. It was as if it had turned into a flying dragon, soaring between the heaven and earth. This spear was too terrifying. It could be said to be a fatal blow. The moment Long Mu caught sight of this, he broke out into a smile. That kid would definitely not be able to block this attack. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This spear had pierced through his demonic energy. It attacked him. It hit his body, and there was a deafening sound. He was forced back. His blood was in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There were cracks spreading on his body. Lin Wudi was injured. The people of the Kunpeng race exclaimed. The others gasped. They knew how strong Lin Wudi was, but now he was injured. Was this a quasi-emperor? Even if he was suppressed, he was undefeatable. Humph, and you're not my match. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, you are not a match for me. Kneel down and accept your death. The dragon general stood in the sky like a god. Lin Xian frowned. He looked at his injured body. He also took a deep breath. What a terrifying spear technique. As expected of a quasi-emperor, he was far stronger than the other double champions. His divine body shook, and his powerful physique quickly healed his injuries. In the next moment, the flames on his body soared into the sky as if he had turned into a sun god. Powerful. I have to say, a quasi-emperor is indeed beyond my imagination. But do you think that this attack can defeat me? You are too naive. I don't know if you are a human or a puppet now, but you have been asleep for too long. Don't you understand how the world has changed? The world now belongs to us young people. You are old. Let me tell you what the strongest prodigy of this era is like. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He put away the great destruction and took out the hell sword. The sword qi on his body was monstrous. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god unparalleled. What a terrifying sword qi! Feeling this power, everyone was shocked. Lin Wudi's power was even more terrifying than before. It seemed that he was also angry. The sword maestro also sucked in a cold breath. He was an expert of the sword Dao, and his sword technique was unparalleled. But now, in front of Lin Xian, he actually felt a sense of defeat. This young junior's sword Dao aura had already surpassed his. It even made him feel terrified. The sword Dao, great emperor of the past, was just like this when he was young. She sighed. How did the Purple Mansion provoke such an enemy? She was worried for the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion lord's expression was also ugly. He snorted coldly. Just wait, the Triple Crown champion will come out soon. At that time, who cares who you are? You will be killed all the same. The seventh dragon general's mocking and disdainful expression disappeared, replaced by a hint of seriousness. The aura on Lin Xian's body moved him. Are you the number one genius of this era? He said in a deep voice. Such a person had the qualifications of a great emperor. He had a high chance of becoming a new great emperor. Lin Xian said, the universe is vast and there are countless living beings. I don't know if I am the number one, but I can tell you that since I started fighting, I have never tasted defeat. I have been going all the way and I am still invincible. I have never been defeated. Everyone was shocked. This was an invincible legend. The dragon general's expression was also solemn. His pupils constricted slightly. An invincible existence. Who in the world dares to call themselves invincible? You are too arrogant, even if you are the number one in the universe. It is impossible that you have never been defeated. Even great emperors have been defeated, let alone you. His nerves were incomparably cold. He knew that the dragon emperor who he followed in the past seemed to have been forced back by someone, and it was by a mysterious person. One had to know that the dragon emperor, who swept through the heavens and suppressed the universe, had suffered a loss back then. How dare this young man in front of him say that he is invincible? What an arrogant brat! Let me see how strong you are, invincible realm. As he spoke, he waved his hand and launched another dragon in the sky. Wherever the long spear went, everything was destroyed. Chapter 5480. Previously, it was this move that had injured Lin Xian. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it this time? If he couldn't, his injuries would be even more serious. Defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Xian's expression was also extremely solemn. He attacked with the long sword in his hand and slashed forward. Sun sword. Boundless flames condensed in his hand. This sword formed a flaming sword chi and slashed forward. The long sword swept across. It was as if thousands of suns had descended into the world together. They shone in all directions. This was also a sword technique that Lin Xian had created himself. The sword chi was terrifying and spread in all directions. In the sky, a flying dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged towards Lin Xian. However, it was shrouded by endless suns halfway. The light of the suns fell and crushed the flying dragon. The flying dragon roared and fought against it. The two phantoms fought between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth anomaly shocked the people around the map. Then the flying dragon was shrouded by the sun and disappeared. He blocked it. Countless people exclaimed. Lin Wudi's sword technique was really too powerful. He could even block a flying dragon in the sky. The seventh dragon general snorted. Terrifying flames? His long spear danced again. The spear was like a dragon. An illusion of the sea appeared around him. Monstrous seawater swept over. True dragon out of the water. The nether water dragon collided with the flames. The two forces were completely opposite. They fought together. The suns in the sky were extinguished. The monstrous seawater swept over. Was it broken? As expected of the seventh dragon general, his methods were indeed powerful. He could even break Lin Wudi's sword technique. Not good. Brother Xian is in danger. Murong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed. This dragon general was too terrifying. Although he was suppressing the laws now, he was still a quasi-emperor. He must have swept through everything back then and successfully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Such a person was extremely terrifying. They were all worried for Lin Xian. In the face of this shocking attack, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. Another sword. 9 suns opened the sky. 9 suns bloomed and formed a sword. The sword slashed down, splitting heaven and earth. The entire sea was split in half. True dragon out of the water was also broken. So powerful. Lin Wudi turned around and attacked again. The sea is boundless, and the dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The 7th quasi-emperor brandished his spear again. This time it was not a true dragon. Instead, dozens of true dragons went out to sea together. The power of the sea was much stronger than before. He killed Jiuyang once again. Then the sun was extinguished. Countless people were shocked. The two of them were truly too powerful. Back and forth, they were evenly matched. This time, how is Lin Xian going to defend himself? Lin Xian snorted coldly. How could the sea compare to the starry sky? Let me tell you what true immeasurable is. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. A sky full of stars appeared behind him. There was a huge amount of starlight revolving around him, as if the universe had descended. The 9 stars linked together, piercing through with a single sword strike. The terrifying sword chi connected the 9 stars together and flew forward, like a meteor that could destroy the world. Boom! Boom! Those giant dragons galloping in the 9 heavens were struck by these meteors and fell from the sky, falling into the sea, blood staining the 9 heavens. This sword technique was too powerful. Everyone was shocked. To be able to fight with a quasi-emperor and have such an exciting battle. Perhaps only Lin Wudi could do it. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward and said loudly, "Seventh Dragon General, what other tricks do you have? Show them all." The seventh Dragon General's face became incomparably cold. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful, to be able to block several of his ultimate techniques in succession. Damn it, if not for this extreme space, he would have killed the other party long ago. He snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. With a roar, he strode over. Every step he took caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian also raised his sword and charged over. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Every move carried supreme power. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The two of them were really in a fierce battle. This Lin Wuti had a high chance of becoming a quasi-emperor in the future. Those from the emperor race were also discussing. The talent that Lin Xian displayed was really too strong. They were also frowning. The appearance of a quasi-emperor was enough to change everything. Moreover, the other party had a high chance of becoming a quasi-emperor. This was the situation that they were worried about. Boom, boom, boom. Another intense collision. Both parties retreated, and an endless black hole formed behind them. The seventh Dragon General roared, and his long spear danced continuously. "Heaven and earth, listen to my command. Supreme Dragon Qi, condense." He roared furiously, and boundless dragon Qi quickly circled around him. Then it formed one after another dragon shadow. Those dragon shadows roared into the sky, and each one was different. With the seventh Dragon General as the center, they spread in all directions. Buzz! An extremely terrifying light erupted from the seventh Dragon General's body. His entire body seemed to have become one with his spear, and he turned into an aurora and slashed over. At this moment, nothing could stop him. Lin Xian also frowned. He snorted coldly and transformed into a dragon. Baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, he also slapped over. Clang! Lin Xian's dragon claw slapped on the long spear, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. At the same time, the surrounding dragon shadows rushed onto his body, setting off endless flames. Lin Xian's blood boiled, but an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The overture of demons turned into a divine sword. A terrifying sound rang out, and one after another, the sword slashed out. It rushed out from his body and slashed in all directions. The surrounding spirit dragons were pierced through and shattered into pieces. Not only that, the sword on Lin Xian's body became more and more terrifying. The dragon claw swung again, and the long spear shook continuously. The seventh divine general's body also trembled, and he seemed to be injured. He was sent flying. Another attack. Lin Xian swept his dragon tail, and finally sent the seventh divine general flying. Slash! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian roared, and he unleashed the firmament battle map, and it fell forward. The firmament battle map seemed to have turned into a sky, and it shone brightly. Everywhere it passed, it could suppress everything. "Oh no!" the surrounding people exclaimed. "Is the seventh dragon going to be defeated? Damn it, why did it turn out like this?" This was a true quasi-emperor. Even the people from the Thousand Dragon Court felt their scalps go numb. The seventh Dragon General felt the power of the firmament battle map, and his face also darkened. He knew how terrifying this thing was, so he didn't resist it. His body swayed, and he dodged like a dragon, but he was still a step too late. The firmament battle map was very fast, and it enveloped him. He didn't escape. He was knocked back, his aura churning, his body swaying, and the light on his body dimmed a lot. Oh no, he was hit. It's over. The seventh Dragon General is going to be sealed. The people from the dragon race were pale, but the people from the other emperor races were excited. Great! As expected of Lin Wuti, he is indeed strong. Next, we can continue to move forward and head to the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. These people were all happy, and even Morong Qingcheng and the others were smiling. However, on the other side, Longmu snorted coldly. Stupid! You have completely angered the Dragon General. Lin Wuti, wait for your death. He knew that the Dragon General had not used his main power yet. That was the power of a boundary emperor. Chapter 5481. The heavens battle map enveloped the opponent like a sky. The seventh Dragon General was unable to move at all. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had won and cheered happily. The seventh Dragon General frowned as he felt the power of the heavens battle map. He snorted, "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong to be able to take out such a battle map. I seem to have seen it when I was following the Dragon Emperor. It should be related to the Heavenly Book. Your luck is really good. Unfortunately, do you really think you can seal me away with the battle map? If you were a boundary emperor, you might have succeeded. Unfortunately, you are not. You aren't. You are just a puny saint. You might have a treasure, but you can't contend against me. Let me tell you, a boundary emperor is an existence that is above the sage realm. It is a power that surpasses the sage realm. You won't understand my power." Upon hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. What's going on? Could it be that he hasn't lost yet? Impossible, he is in the extreme path space. These people couldn't understand. Only Longmu was excited. He knew that the show was about to begin. The seventh Dragon General snorted as an aura appeared between his eyebrows. The aura wasn't strong and was even very vague. However, the moment it appeared, it caused the sky to collapse. Everyone felt a pressure. Even though they were separated by the aura of the extreme Tao, they could still feel that the pressure was like a mountain toppling and sea overturning. The surrounding sacred race people felt their blood boiling. Some of them even spat out blood. Damn it! What is this? It's too terrifying. Is it the dragon chi? How could it be so terrifying? The people from the remote ancient families were shocked. The people from the Divine Union were also horrified. They hadn't expected the situation to change. However, the people from the imperial clans all frowned deeply. They sighed. The seventh Dragon General was a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor. After so many years, this power still existed? It was unbelievable. These emperor races had produced great emperors and even boundary emperors before. Naturally, they knew what kind of power this was. However, they hadn't expected the other party to be able to use it. The heavens battle map shook violently. The seventh Dragon General was hit by the aura and was instantly sent flying. The light on it dimmed significantly. "Kid, did you see that? Your strongest magic treasure couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. What are you going to use to fight me? Today I'll send you to hell." At this moment, the aura of the seventh Dragon General turned extremely horrifying. It was as if he had transformed into a lofty and ancient existence. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were shocked. At the same time, they were confused as to what was going on. Longmu knew that it was the immortal Chi seed. This was the biggest difference between a quasi-emperor and a saint. A quasi-emperor condensed the immortal Chi seed. This was a transcendent power that surpassed everything. Lin Wuti couldn't block it at all. And everything is over. The seventh Dragon General extended a finger and pointed forward. This finger was even more terrifying than the dragon spear from before. It was as if it had become the only thing in the world. It enveloped Lin Xian. The expressions of the Divine Union members changed drastically. Murong Qingqing and the others also cried out in alarm. "Brother Xian, quickly retreat. We will use our extreme weapons to fight against him." However, it was already too late. This finger enveloped Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian crumbled and cracked. Those extreme Tao auras also began to shake violently. Lin Xian roared. The demonic aura on his body surged and covered the 9 heavens, forming a demonic world. It enveloped everything. Everyone couldn't see it. However, Longmu snorted coldly. There was no need to look. Nothing would go wrong. Under this finger, Lin Wuti would die without a doubt. The surrounding demonic aura surged. The seventh dragon general snorted coldly. Was this the demon emperor's ability? It was useless. The difference between us isn't something you can withstand. His finger continued to descend mercilessly, coming to the top of Lin Xian's head. If he exerted a little force, the young man in front of him would turn into ashes. However, in the next instant, Lin Xian reached out with his palm and grabbed at the seventh dragon general. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Stupid thing. The seventh divine general sneered. His finger suddenly sped up. With a boom, it collided with Lin Xian's palm. The difference in strength was enough to destroy everything. An earth-shattering sound was heard, spreading in all directions. It was really too strong. The people outside exclaimed in shock. Long Mu sneered. All right, it's over. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. No, they couldn't believe that Lin Xian would die like this. In the demonic aura, the smile on the seventh divine general's face disappeared and was replaced by shock. His eyes twitched fiercely. This was because he had seen the most unbelievable thing. You didn't die, he roared in horror. His voice became hoarse. How could this be? He had used the immortal energy seed. Any sage who came into contact with this power would die without a doubt. How could this kid in front of him still be alive? More importantly, Lin Xian had blocked his attack with his bare hands. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that his immortal energy seed was also suppressed? Ha ha! Lin Xian's laughter rang out. Who do you think you are? You are a boundary emperor. Do you think you are superior? You are the Dragon Emperor's assistant. Do you think you can ignore everything? Do you really think I am an ant? Do you think I am at your mercy? What a pity. You can't do anything to me. So what if you have an immortal energy seed? You're just SOO. You actually know about the immortal energy seed? The seventh divine general was even more shocked. Not many people in the Emperor clan knew about this thing. Only those who were close to breaking through would know about it. This was a supreme secret. The young man in front of him, a mere sage, actually knew about the immortal energy seed. This was too unbelievable. He snorted coldly and his face darkened. However, a moment later he exclaimed again. He realized that Lin Xian, who was in front of him, had raised his head. There was a ball of flame dancing between his eyebrows. Although the flame was very small and blurry, the power it emitted was extremely terrifying. It was very similar to his immortal energy seed. They both had supreme and mysterious power. He was too shocked. Divine flame seed. You actually have a divine flame seed. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How could a mere sage have a divine flame seed? He knew that even someone like Long Mu, who had stepped into the sage stage in one step, hadn't condensed one. It was simply impossible for a mere sage to have one. There was still a long way to go. This had completely exceeded his understanding. Lin Xian sneered. There are many things in this world that you don't understand. Do you think you can strut around just because you have the immortal energy seed? Unfortunately, you can't do that in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, power erupted from his palm. The power of the divine flame seed swept out and blasted the other party's finger away. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the surrounding demonic chi became even more terrifying. He said, "Come, let's have a true battle between immortals. Let's see if your immortal energy seed is more powerful, or if my divine flame seed is more powerful." Chapter 5482. It was a battle between the immortal chi seed and the divine fire seed. The people outside couldn't see it. However, the seventh dragon general's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect the other party to have the divine fire seed. This was a power that only a boundary emperor had. The other party actually had it in advance, which was really beyond his expectations. The seventh dragon general said in a deep voice, "You really have a secret. Although I don't know how you got the divine fire seed, you can't beat me. Your divine flame seed is too weak, while my immortal chi seed can completely kill you." He stepped out step by step, and the entire world was shaking. The immortal chi seed between his eyebrows emitted a terrifying aura. A monstrous pressure, like a mountain, covered the sky and the earth as it charged forward. This aura was too terrifying. Many of the people outside were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, and Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He shouted coldly, and the flame between his eyebrows jumped. It was like a god walking between heaven and earth. Every step it took caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, shattering the terrifying aura. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's voice was cold. My divine fire seed is not as strong as yours. However, he had always been growing. Therefore, you will pay the price for underestimating me. Moreover, let me see how much power you can unleash in this world projection. As he spoke, Lin Xian continued to activate the sword world. The power in the sword world circulated, and the world projection became even more terrifying. The seventh dragon general's expression became serious. He felt that the aura on his body was even more terrifying. Even his immortal chi seed was being suppressed. How was this possible? What kind of power could suppress his immortal chi seed? Damn it! With a roar, he decided to attack with all his might. The kid in front of him was too strange. He couldn't see through him, and he couldn't wait any longer. If his immortal chi seed was completely suppressed, then he would lose this battle. His body swayed, and he held the dragon's spear in his hand as he charged forward. Every attack carried the power of the immortal chi seed. Every move was fatal, as if he was one with heaven and earth. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and the divine fire seed was also activated to the extreme. He used his great magic to fight. Divine flames danced and spread across his body. Although it was very small, its might far surpassed that of before. The battle between the two shook the earth. It was like a battle between a god and an immortal. After exchanging over 1,000 blows, the seventh dragon general retreated. The immortal chi seed between his eyebrows had dimmed, as if it would vanish at any moment. How is this possible? You can actually suppress me? I don't believe it. He was a true boundary emperor and had cultivated his immortal chi seed to a very powerful level. The other party was a saint that had just obtained the divine flame seed not too long ago. How could he possibly contend against him? Lin Xian's expression was cold, and the divine flame between his brows pulsed. The thunderlock, the blue dragon's blood, the dragon's spiritual fruit, and the emperor-level dragon crystal appeared around him. All of this energy surged into his divine flame seed. This made the divine flame even more mysterious. You actually possess such power. Seeing this scene, the seventh dragon general was completely stunned. Wasn't this the power of the Tomb Keeper? It was actually obtained by the other party. Could it be that this brat had fought his way here in a domineering manner? Unbelievable. Everything was over. Lin Xian felt a powerful force. He formed a seal with his palm and pressed it forward. There was a flaming mountain pulsing in the palm seal. This was the combination of many kinds of power, and it also contained the power of the divine flame seed. The seventh dragon general tried his best to dodge, but he was still sent flying. A crack appeared on his body. The immortal chi seed between his brows also dimmed. It entered his body and no longer appeared. Outside, everyone was still waiting. They could feel that there was a terrifying battle taking place in the space in front of them. Although they couldn't see it, they knew that it was extremely exciting. Some people frowned. Calculating the time, more than 1,000 blows had already passed. Why hadn't he come out yet? Could it be that Lin Wudi had been fighting all this time? That was impossible. How did he do it? Fighting against a boundary emperor? Longmu frowned even more. One had to know that the seventh dragon general had already displayed his immortal chi seed. He should have been able to kill the other party instantly. What exactly happened? Just as they were puzzled, the void suddenly broke open and a figure retreated. The victor had been decided. Everyone exclaimed. They looked over. But when they realized that the person who came out wasn't Lin Xian, they were dumbfounded. It was actually the 7th Dragon General. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court couldn't believe it. Long Mu's eyes widened. This was impossible. The 7th Divine General had the power of the immortal Qi Seed. It was a power that surpassed that of a saint. Who could defeat it? Lin Xian appeared in the sky. The divine flame between his brows also disappeared. He looked down like a god and said coldly, "You have lost." As he said that, he waved his hand and threw out the heaven-devouring jar, directly swallowing the power of the other party. The 7th Dragon General roared into the sky. His body gradually petrified and turned into a statue. Once again, he returned to his original position. "I have no power. Damn it, I'm going to sleep." The 7th Dragon General let out a final roar, and then there was no more movement. Lin Xian put away the heaven-devouring jar. He felt the heaven-devouring jar absorb a powerful force, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He could see that the Dragon General's state was very strange. His previous recovery should have been due to the true Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb providing some powerful force. Now that he had swallowed this force, the other party was naturally petrified again. Had Lin Wuti won? The people of the Emperor race were shocked. Lin Wuti had actually defeated a boundary emperor. Although this boundary emperor was suppressed by the extreme path realm, he was still in existence that couldn't be defeated. Lin Wuti was too strong. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court were completely crazy. Long Mu's mind was also blank. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Right now, he was looking at Lin Xian with a tinge of fear. Lin Xian landed and returned to the Divine Union. The Divine Union cheered. He said, "Protect me, I have to recover." Next, it was the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. This was the last step. He had to give it his all. The others also took a deep breath and looked to the 6 passageways. They didn't act rashly. Although they didn't know who had broken through the ancient tomb, it was convenient for them now. Only after Lin Xian had fully recovered did they follow him inside. They had unknowingly started to respect Lin Xian. Even the Emperor race was like this. In their hearts, Lin Xian was the strongest existence. Even a few Emperor's sons could only lower their heads and admit defeat. After passing through one of the passages, the group finally arrived at the front. This was a vast hall. It was very spacious, and there was only an ancient coffin floating there. Around the ancient coffin were countless streams of dragon qi. It was like a huge dragon that was constantly floating between heaven and earth.